Good evening, everyone. For those who are joining us in person, for those who are live streaming, I'd also like to take this opportunity to say that we're making a slight change as far as our community in Catalina is concerned. For about the last year or so, I'm going to say, we've been live streaming in person from Catalina, and we haven't had very many people take advantage of that. I think maybe we've had one in the last year. So the way we're going to slightly change this is that we will make that service available upon request. So if somebody in Catalina anticipates asking, asking to be somebody providing public comment, then they will notify our office and we'll make sure that arrangements are made to make that possible. So a slight change in that procedure. We still want to hear from our Catalina community, and we're still going to make it available for them to participate. And now I will ask our legal counsel to take a roll call and establish a quorum.
Member Lopez.
Present.
Vice President Otto.
Here.
President Craighead.
Here.
Member Benitez.
Here.
Member Miller.
Here.
And student board member Nwala.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask our student board member Nwala to lead us in the pledge. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following item. Item 3.3, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement in Jane Doe versus Long Beach Unified School District, case number 22 STCV 04747, resolving all claims against the district. And now we are at adoption of the agenda. We have a motion.
Approval. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or any abstentions? That passes 5-0. And did I ask our student board member for a preferential vote? I may have missed that. Member Nwala?
Aye.
So that passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from our student board member. And now I'd like to introduce our student representative, who's very anxious, our ASB president from Sato, Eileen. I don't know if I have your last name written down. I'm so sorry. You'll have to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Eileen Galvan. Nice to meet you all.
Well, welcome. It's our pleasure to have you with us this evening, and we are anxious to hear your report.
Good evening, members of the Long Beach Board of Education, staff, and families. My name is Eileen Galvan, and I'm a senior in the engineering pathway, and I'm honored to represent Sato as this year's ASB president. Thank you for allowing me to share what's been happening at our school. And tonight, I'd like to highlight some examples of the energy and excitement we've been experiencing past, present, and future. I'd like to start by acknowledging that Sato is celebrating its 10-year anniversary. Every year, we celebrate with a social kickoff event called Dragon Fest. Typically, we have this event at the Cal State Long Beach Student Union, but since renovation plans kicked off, ASB began brainstorming a way to pivot, and staff, students, and family put in their part, and we transformed that event onto school grounds. The results were incredible, and we had about 65% of our student body attend the event, and the energy was contagious. Another thing that makes SADO unique is how our partnership expands our learning. With connections to Cal State Long Beach, LBCC, and industry partners, our students have access to college-level experiences while still in high school. This allows us to explore our passions and prepare for the future with confidence. For starters, Cal State Long Beach gives us access to field trips such as the Bio Lab, the Shark Lab, and their libraries. And for a quick and educational mental break, we could also visit their Japanese garden. With LBCC, students can take online and on-campus courses. SADO and LBCC offer courses on school grounds, such as epidemiology and contemporary health issues. Our connections with EXP, which is an internship matching program, provided students internship this summer, including myself. And we experienced work environments at companies such as Union Pacific, Stax, Makersville, and the Port of Los Angeles. SADO biomedical teams competed in our first anatomage tournament in April with other schools in the district. SADO ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Students were tested on a plethora of body systems and their functions in anatomy. In May, our first white coat ceremony celebrated our biomed students with a custom white coat to encourage their academic journey in their field. A total of 38 students from the HOSA chapter attended the State Leadership Conference in Sacramento. Of those, 6 competitors qualified to advance to the International Leadership Conference, which was held in Nashville, Tennessee. And this was last June. Volleyball and basketball are striving to maintain their championship title in the intramural sports. These sports are also remaining co-ed and along with soccer. At SADO, we take academic rigor seriously, and this shows because last AP season, we reported back with a pass rate of 94.5% in U.S. history, 98.6% in pre-calculus, 100% for Spanish language, and 100% for calculus. SADO's new rankings sit at 112 nationally, 13 in the state of California, and 6 in LA County schools. Our clubs and organizations are thriving. For example, Society of Women Engineers, HOSA, and Rocketry. And with over 70 student interest clubs outside of our pathway focus, clubs like Journalist Club, the Automotive Club, and Cheese Club are expanding to allow students to socialize and take on leadership roles. Right now, our students are deeply involved in exciting projects across the curriculum. In our STEM classes, students are building prototypes, conducting research, and preparing for competitions. Our capstone and pathway courses allow us to apply classroom learning in real-world ways, whether that's through engineering or health sciences. At SADO, we have grade integrated projects, or also known as the GIP projects, where each grade level works diligently with the group to focus on one main goal, such as inventing, innovating, or applying research. Looking ahead, SADO is eager to build on this momentum. We're already planning for our next events and brainstorming ways to make them even better than last year's. Our ASB advisor, Miss Oliver, tries to hold a SADO event every 2 weeks in order to keep up the SADO spirit and create new and memorable moments. Our rocketry students will be launching in October and December in Lucerne Valley. This class teaches students how to design, build, and test rockets. SADO Drone Soccer is making their way to China to compete in the 2026 FAI World Drone Soccer Championship for the international title in November. And their drone soccer team and club will be hosting an invitational on October 11th, showcasing drone soccer in action. We are looking forward to our campus refresh in the summer of 2026, and our students are excited to have air conditioning in their classrooms to keep cool. Most importantly, we see the future at SADO as more than academics. We're continuing to grow a culture where students feel connected, supported, and proud to be dragons. On behalf of SADO Academy, I want to thank the Board of Education for your ongoing support. What we've done in the past, what we're building right now, and what we're looking forward in the future all show one thing clearly. Sato is a place of resilience and opportunity. So thank you again for giving me the chance to go over what makes our Sato happenings. We're proud to show how far we've come and excited for what's ahead. Thank you.
That was a very impressive report.
Thank you.
I know I'm not the only one that gasped audibly when you were giving the percentages of, pass rates for things.
Madam President, I can't even imagine how cool the Spanish and calculus conversations over cheese club must be.
I'm glad you brought up the cheese club because that stood out to me too.
I thought that was the cheesy club.
Cheesy. Either way, it sounds good. Let's see, usually what we do is have our student representative come and take a picture with us. But before we do that, we're going to have a report from our student board member, and then we'll take a pause and do photos because at our last board meeting, we didn't have Dr. Benitez in attendance, and so I believe we're going to do, with the entire board. So, I guess, sure, you know what? We usually ask our student representative about their plans after graduation. So Eileen, I'm going to turn it over to you again. You can let us know what your plans are.
So after I graduate high school, I plan to attend a 4-year college while majoring in mechanical engineering.
What's your dream school?
My dream school is Cal Poly SLO, which is very impacted, so.
I love it.
I think you have a leg up.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hear from our student board member, and then we'll take a little pause for pictures. Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you.
I just wanted to highlight that at McBride, we are currently having Club Rush, which is at what it sounds like. It is just where a bunch of clubs rush and try to get as many students to join their clubs as possible. And with our new influx of freshmen, it has been amazing getting to see their reactions to so many of the cool things that we have. Chemistry club that I'm a part of has had so much of an impact on our school, and it's beautiful to see all the students joining and getting more interested in clubs. In addition, I wanted to highlight Cambodia Town Film Festival that actually just occurred this past weekend. I volunteered there this past weekend, and it was so beautiful to see so many LBUSD students show up for their community. Cambodian students come and participate with such a beautiful, rich culture, and non-Cambodian students show up to support. A lot of Wilson kids actually came out to take photos and film and record the beautiful history that was there. So that was really beautiful to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take a little bit of a pause for pictures, so I invite Eileen to come up and join us. Thank you, everyone. It's always nice when we can highlight our students, and always feels good. Okay, and so next I will ask you to divert your attention briefly to the screen. I believe we have a video also highlighting students, so let's have a look.
Today we're talking about the new cell phone policy that was approved by the Board of Education on September 3rd.
The cell phone policy, it's more for our sake. I think they realize our attention span have shortened and we need some restrictions to help us focus more on our classworks and stuff.
What this is going to do is allow for teachers to reimagine how they work with students in the classroom. It might even inspire imagining new and even better ways to create curriculum that can be exciting and just lead to better learning outcomes.
The more on the phone, the less we are connected in real life, and like it could help kids embrace more of the outside world and like help them connect with their family or friends.
Something that might be good is that people have less time on their phones. They can actually like interact with like the real world and stuff like that. And especially in class, if you get distracted and forget to do your work because you're watching a video or you're listening to music.
The amount of screen time that was consuming so much of their lives, they were missing out on some of the learning opportunities that really made learning engaging.
We'll see probably improvement in socialization as well as our focus in class. Students will be more into their work, finish their task on time, actually focus and learning and listening to the teacher. So I think it'll benefit us.
That gives us another opportunity to thank those who are involved in bringing that about. I know that represents a very long amount of time and a very large amount of work. So thank you. And it's nice to see that our students have a buy-in with this as we roll it out. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have public testimony on items listed on the agenda. Mr. Riel?
We have 3 speakers for items listed on the agenda.
Okay.
And the first speaker is Cindy Sahagan.
Good evening, Board, Long Beach Unified School District Board. My name is Cindy Sagun, and I am the CVI Programs Manager at Centro Cha, and I also oversee the West Long Beach Safe Passage effort. I am here to talk about a little bit of the recaps of what happened last year and support, and asking for your support to continue the work that's being done on the West Side. So from September 2024 through May of 2025, the West Long Beach Safe Passage program operated by Centro Cha in partnership with Long Beach Unified School District provided consistent safety and outreach services across Stevens Middle School and Cabrillo High School, surrounding community corridors. Over the 9-month school year, the program recorded 5,278 interactions, including 4,957 with students and more than 320 engagements with parents, school, staff, local businesses, and community members. At Stevens Middle School, we recorded 1,916 student engagements with consistent high levels of positive interactions, and then at Cabrillo High School with 3,041 student engagements, which required more frequent de-escalation and behavior-based interventions. So at Cabrillo High School, we also offered minimum 30 after-school workshops where we engage at least 127 students who attended one workshop. And through this effort, with Safe Passages, it has been a collaborative effort, not just with the partnership of the Long Beach Unified School District, but of our collaborative members and the One Long Beach Collaborative. We've engaged our students, getting them familiar with civic engagement opportunities, going to City Council to advocate, empowering their voices, to teaching them how to do resume building, job advocacy, and just being leaders in their community. And we actually have 4 of our youth ambassadors who are also Cabrillo students audience here present, just to provide that testimony on how how this work and how CVI efforts do save lives and create an impact in our students. With our workshops, we actually had a lot of collaboration with different organizations here in the city of Long Beach, being intentional with our partners, such as the African American Cultural Center, who's also here in the audience, Interval House, teaching about teen dating violence to our youth. We had other mentorship programs like EM3, and also understanding that this is a year-round approach, right? We're not just there during the summer. We are there during the summertime. Sorry, we're not just there during the school year. We're there during the summertime, activating Admiral Kidd Park. And through the workshops that the youth were able to get mentorship with, they actually, half of our youth ambassadors were Cabrillo students. So we provided employment opportunity. So I just am here to speak on our West Long Beach Safe Passages program and asking for the continued support, because this investment does create an impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kanea Williams.
Good evening, Long Beach City District Board members. Hi, my name is Kania Williams. I'm an 11th grader at Cabrillo High School in the Cabrillo Engineering and Design pathway. I'm part of MVP Youth with Central CHA, and I'm here tonight to share about the Safe Passage program and how it has made an impact on my life. Before Safe Passage started, I used to feel a bit unsafe walking home from and to school. Sometimes I would see like fights break out. Typically over 10 plus students would partake in this fight or record and like encourage it and egg it on. Since the program has begun, I felt safer with the adults being outside and on our campus, helping to keep our community safer. A couple of times they've even had to get in between these fights and put themselves in harm's way just to break up the fight to make sure the rest of the community was safe and de-escalate the situation for us. Through Safe Passages in Central CHA, I had a chance to join the after-school program, which was West Long Beach Safe Passage. They helped us like learn new things such as how to stay safe with dating, online dating. Online dating isn't encouraged. Just like more education on real world problems that we may have not learned from either parents or at school. I also was able to gain work experience where I worked at Admiral Kidd Park for the summer with them, and we had leadership opportunities like going to city council meetings and talking amongst them, and also taking control of the activities we'd offered at the park, and we would like have leadership roles in those activities. The staff supported me a lot with my mental health, being mentors and offering valuable life advice to help me become a better person. To me, Safe Passages is important because it helps students feel safer, feel welcomed, and they'd host workshops to educate us. They held mock interviews, etc., to prepare us for the real world. It's not just about safety, it's about opportunity, support, and community. Programs like this give students a chance to feel safe, grow, and to be seen. I hope the board will continue to support Central CHA and Safe Passages. Thank you for listening to students like me. This program has truly made a difference and an important impact on my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Lorena Banuelos.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Lorena Banuelos, and I am a community education specialist prevention work at Interval House. We are such a proud supporter of Central CHA. I have been doing this work for a very, very long time and have been a great fan of their work as well. But as someone that grew up here in Long Beach and has gone to our schools, I grew up in a home that was filled with domestic violence, and then later in high school I experienced teen dating violence relationship. So I always thought, how great would it be for us to provide this education in our schools? And I'm just so lucky that we have had this amazing partnership with Central CHA that allows us to do that, and not just at a couple of schools. With this year, we're really looking to expand into Cabrillo High School like we have done in the past, but more so. We're not only just providing teen dating violence or relationship education, we're also doing bystander intervention prevention as well, and we're really looking forward to building on that and doing campus-wide events on campus, Orange Day, for instance, which is in February, which is National Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, that we will be back on campus and to provide that education for all of the youth, as well as Denim Day in April, which is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And without Central Child opening the doors for us to actually provide this education to our Cabrillo High School in the West Side, we wouldn't have been there. So I'm just so grateful that as an older person now, I get to use my experience and make sure that our young people are getting the education that they really deserve and need. Because when I was at Millikan, they would tell me that's puppy love, that's not real, and that he was a great guy, he wouldn't do that to me. So I have made it my mission to make sure that our education is provided citywide and everywhere we can, so that this kind of stuff does not happen, continue to happen, and that they know they're not alone, and that they know that even though we have technology, that how to keep safe within that technology. So I'm just so proud to be partnered with Central Cha, and I'm asking you guys to please continue that support, because it's such a crucial part. We've gotten a lot of calls from the youth that seen our presentations to be able to bring their moms in for services or supports or any other kind of assistance. So I really hope that you guys would consider it and continue supporting them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There are no additional speakers for tonight.
And how about public testimony for items not listed on the agenda?
There are no speakers tonight.
Okay. In which case, we will go to reports on superintendent advisory groups. We'll start with the business budget and policy development. Dr. Benitez.
No report for me today, President Craighead.
Thank you. And next, we have the instruction and student learning supports. Member Lopez.
No report. We will have a report on the master plan. We were supposed to present something today. We did talk about it at our committee meeting, but we will present next meeting.
Thank you. And workforce development, Member Miller.
Yes, I have a quick report regarding certificated employees. So the certificated notice of assignment was sent to all certificated employees in August with the reminder note in September. It can be accessed via the employee self-service tile located on the My LBUSD portal. For those who received it, please review your 2025-2026 certificated notice of assignment before October 31st, Halloween, and ensure the following sections on the document are accurate, and that is the demographic data, the assignment details, seniority date, and credentials. Obviously, this is all important stuff for our HR department. So that'll be the end of my report.
Thank you. And next we go to item 14, consent calendar. We need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to give kudos for item 14.6. So one of our grant proposals, Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act grant.
No, I'm just laughing because I have a note
Okay.
to highlight that as well.
And
Perfect.
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay. So I'll, on behalf of all three of us, then, I think this is really important work, given what we just heard from public testimony, but also with a bigger strategy to dismantle our schools to prison pipeline.
I do have a question on 14.6. If someone can describe the specific expertise, infrastructure, and support systems that LBUSD has that enables us to effectively serve students who have been involved in on-campus legal incidents, particularly those who've been cited or arrested for nonviolent offenses.
I'd be happy to, because it gives me an opportunity to brag about our amazing staff. Thank you for the acknowledgement. This grant came out of efforts that have been made in the last year and is really the vision and partnership of Cameron Smith, our Director of School Safety, alongside Amy Love, who's an administrator that leads a really special group of other staff members in our restorative justice efforts. And in response to your question, Ms. Lopez, together, Cameron Smith with the restorative justice team have been working alongside Long Beach Police Department and other law enforcement agencies to divert circumstances from making their way to the judicial system. And they have done that successfully in a number of situations where they've been able to intervene, support through restorative process and through accessing necessary resources for the youth involved to help them heal the circumstances or the choices made in a way that allows them to continue supportively in our system. So seeking this grant was not an idea that just came to us. It was born out of effort made in the last couple of years, specifically the last year. And the funding associated with this allows us to use the expertise that we have to move the work forward.
So it would be school safety officers that would initiate the contact with law enforcement, but if there's an incident on a campus, an administrator or a teacher could not contact law enforcement in what we're proposing.
Nothing about what we're proposing prevents anyone from contacting law enforcement. What it does is, in the instance where law enforcement has been involved, it gives us a way to support the young person to divert them from the criminal justice system, which is actually our goal in this instance and in many instances. So it just gives a positive way of intervening with support, and we're very fortunate to have a restorative justice team who are trained both in restorative work but also in mental health practices. Our goal is to prevent unnecessary access and experience with law enforcement.
Thank you.
So Dr. Brown, thank you for the tease. We also have item 16.6, which you've referenced some of our strategies. I'll save my additional kudos and questions and comments when we get to item 16.6.
I'll just say I don't believe in coincidence, and these two items that were not intended to be on the same evening could not have been on better evening together, because one is really in support of the other. Thank you.
Mr. Otto.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the restorative justice program that you refer to?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and I wish that they were here to speak of their own work, but since they're not, I'll do my best to represent what they've been doing over a period of years, and in work in different offices. Most recently through the School Support Services Office, we have a team of 6 professionals who are expert in restorative justice, and they have worked supportively in different ways, both in circumstances that they are called into to support when there has been a harm or an opportunity for healing, in circumstances that they become aware of, and more recently in this idea of diversion, and they go into situations with the idea of learning about what has occurred, involving those most impacted by the circumstance that has occurred, and then creating a space for healing and support for those who have been impacted. And a myth that I want to dispel, because it's been something that has been stated about restorative justice, is that it is a way of pushing people away from consequences, and that's in fact absolutely not the case. It's a way of involving people who have been impacted in circumstances in an effort to allow them to take responsibility for what has occurred and then rejoin the community, many cases the community in which harm has been perpetuated. So we have grown this program over time and in different ways, but right now I think we have our wheels completely on, and we're really moving forward using all the expertise in full force and looking for ways to grow the efforts that we're making.
Excuse me, tonight's the first time that I've sort of put together the idea of restorative justice and student voice. And I think that's a very profound thing that we do.
Thank you. Let me spot check myself real quick with Dr. Sosa. Is there anything that you would add to what I said or change? Because she has a lot of expertise in this area, and actually the work lives inside of School Support Services.
I would just add that they do have a licensed clinical social worker on their team, and with the grant, they will be able to expand that team. So they have both the mental health expertise, which you mentioned, as well as expertise in restorative justice. And beyond the diversion program, they are also working to provide professional development to our schools across our system.
Dr. Sosa Valderrama, so as Mr. Otto asked his question, Dr. Brown gave us an overview, and then what you just added. So I recall vividly, maybe my members that were on the board, after the murder of George Floyd, the community came up big and came out really asking our district to move in reimagining school safety. I know a lot of steps and a lot of work have been taken, and so for me, this grant is part of work that's been underway, but part of that bigger, and that's why I sort of phrased my comments that way, a dismantling of our schools to prison pipeline, right? Limiting interaction with external law enforcement is a huge, huge thing in that regard. But also, again, the socio-emotional and culturally affirming, culturally relevant support that students need, because ultimately, if we can interact with students in a way that, yes, Dr. Brown, ultimately holds them accountable for bad decisions, but diverts them and dismantles that culture around the first point of contact is to call the cops here, when many of these, again, don't want to get too far into the next item 16.6, when many of our historical practices, whether they were unknowingly or unintentionally doing that, were continuing the criminalization of many of our students, right? And so this gives us both an opportunity to continue building on this work, but some funding, right? That this stuff doesn't happen for free. Good ideas need resources to be fully operationalized and through our huge system institutionalized. So building on the work of restorative justice, building on the work of reimagining school safety, I think this is clear evidence that we're building that stronger foundation and path, but that we're also shifting culture, right? Where teachers, administrators, their first thought shouldn't be, for many things, let's call the cops, right, on students. And that doesn't suggest that they shouldn't when it's appropriate, but that these gives us additional resources, tools, supports, and a philosophy of how we want to approach these restorative opportunities. So thank you for the work.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. I will just add, Dr. Brown, you mentioned some people mistakenly claim that there's less accountability with the restorative justice model, and I would say that there's more, because these students that have harmed somebody else, when they're in a situation where they're facing the person that they have harmed, you don't get more accountable than that. When you have to face somebody and own up to the decision or mistake that you've made. So I would say that accountability is a very large part of it. Member Lopez, did you have a
I have another question on another item. So on item 14.7, we are approving a number of HVAC project contracts, and I'm wondering if it's possible to fast-track installation at Long Beach Poly, considering the school is slated to be the final site in the HVAC modernization sequence. Hot days, hot rooms, that school has a few years still to say, hey, HVAC is coming, the AC is coming to our school. Is there a way that we can fast-track it and have installation of AC at Poly before?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the question, Board Member Lopez. Actually, the HVAC modernization project at Poly High School is already started construction, and it is being phased over multiple phases because, of course, as you know, it is a site that we are keeping students on campus. And we have our interim housing that was set up over the summer, and folks already moved into it. So construction has already begun on the HVAC modernization for Poly High School.
When do you anticipate it'll be completed?
It's slated to be completed in early December of 28, and kids will be moved back in the final phase, and that's the final phase, moved back in over winter break.
So about 3 years?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. And one other question, item 14.9, just wondering what the total carryover amount for all the 2024-2025 financial reports into the 25-26 school year is.
So for Fund 1, we have about, sorry, let me open it. So for the general fund, we have about it's about 529.6 billion, both restricted and unrestricted. And then in the unrestricted, it's 378.9, and the restricted side, the fund balance is 150.7 million.
Thank you, and that's a total carryover?
That's the total ending fund, ending balance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Otto?
Sure. I was going to ask a question later, but I'll do it now about the unrestricted ending balances, because I think it's important for us to understand these things, especially because of the things that have been happening. In the report that we got, it says that the unrestricted general fund ending balance for 24-25 is $378.9 million, which is 7.7 million higher than that was projected in June. Expenditures and contributions exceeded revenue by 46.4 million, which signifies the first year of district deficit spending in over a decade. Could you explain to us what deficit spending is and what it means, and just sort of generally?
Yeah, it's in a year when revenues are less than our expenditures. So we have over time built up what we call ending balances. That's money left at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So we are utilizing part of that ending balance, or what would have been considered the beginning balance for the year in order to cover the expenses of 24-25. So we're eating into our balances in order to cover our costs.
It's been a decade since we have gone into deficit spending.
That's correct.
And we project that we will be doing it for
yes, and
a few more years.
Will accelerate into the in our following years, unless budget stabilization measures are.
And when you say accelerate, you mean even more than at the beginning. As time goes by, it will get larger.
Ending balances, we ate into our ending balances at 47 million in 24-25. When we began the year with our budget, we had projected that we would, again, eat into our ending balances by about 100 million. So, a steep acceleration of deficit spending.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Yumi, since the question was asked, just to be clear, when in the memo it references that revenues were slightly higher than we had projected, that doesn't mean that we have more money. It means that the deficit that we're in is less slightly because of the increased revenue, correct?
Yes, we've put a little bit more money into the bank.
Yeah. But we still deficit spent.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's
yes.
correct. Yes. We are projecting just a little bit higher deficit spending than actually materialized.
Is there any further discussion on the consent calendar? In which case, I'll ask Mr. Real to take a roll call vote.
Member Lopez?
I vote aye, but abstain from numbers 11, 12, and 13 in the business report.
11, 12, and 13?
Yes, these are the incidents, the claim incidents.
I just wanted to make sure I got it right. Thank you. Vice President Otto?
Give me just a moment, please. I'd like to see what 11, 12, and 13 are. I say aye, but I'd like to see what that is. Okay, thank you.
So we're ready to proceed with the rest of the vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
Member Miller.
Aye.
And Student Member Nwala.
Aye.
Passes 5 with a preferential vote.
Thank you. We have no staff report this evening, which brings us to new business. Our first item of new business is 16.1, approval of Personnel Commissioner reappointment. I will need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? I'll just mention that we're voting this evening to approve the recommendation for a reappointment of Linda Vaughn, somebody who has been serving in this position since 2011, somebody who's currently serving as chair of the Personnel Commission. And first of all, I just want to thank you for your service. It's quite a nice tenure and service to the district. So let's see, I guess we're ready to take a vote on that. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And our student board member?
Aye.
So that passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from our student board member. So congratulations. And our board recommendation will accompany a letter of support from the CSEA that will be submitted to the state superintendent of schools to, I guess, ratify our recommendation. So we'll wait for that. But thank you very much. And item 16.2, acceptance of monitoring report for goal 3. So as you probably remember, we're embarking on this journey of goal and guardrail monitoring, and we're making our way through this procedure of questioning. And so after the last board meeting, board members were given the monitoring reports, and we had a time frame. We had to submit questions by a certain date so that they could be posted online, and the questions would be answered at a certain point, which does not prevent us from asking those questions or even new questions this evening as we talk about the monitoring report, but just that we have a more formalized procedure for asking our questions. And the purpose of this is to allow our staff more time to research the answers, to, I guess, ensure that they're providing the most correct information for us. And because the answers to the questions are going to be posted online, these are published, this is published information, and so a lot of work goes into the answering of these questions. So it is my understanding that the questions that we submitted this last week amounted to several hours' work for staff. So just with Mr. Moskowitz alone, I believe he mentioned he put in about 7 hours of work. Our superintendent put in at least 2 to 3 hours of work, and that doesn't count all the staff members who also supplied information and, provided research into the questions that were asked. And so we're just starting out this journey of receiving, as board members, receiving the monitoring reports, having our questions submitted so they can be answered online, and also figuring out how to ask effective questions, questions that are based on the data presented, questions based on strategies. We can also ask technical and tactical questions to help us form an understanding. And also, I just want to mention to my colleagues that at times maybe staff may contact us regarding our questions just to clarify and make sure that they're understanding what we're asking. And so colleagues, don't be surprised if a staff member reaches out to you and says, what do you mean by this exactly? Or, what, how can I best answer this question? That type of thing. And this will be expected as part of our monitoring process. And just one more thing, Dr. Benitez. And so for our first round of this formalized question and answer procedure, we had 2 board members participate in submitting the questions in advance. And so I'd like to challenge us as a board to have more widespread participation. And it doesn't take a lot. I think if each one of us would submit 1 to 3 questions, I think that would be substantial in I guess, gaining understanding and maybe also explaining in a way in public that others can understand what we're looking at exactly. And the whole idea is that we are focused on these goals and guardrails to the point where we all know what's going on, what's happening, what's working, what's not working, and what we should be focusing on or what we should be working on as a district. And so that's all part of what we're looking at. And tonight we're going to talk about Board Goal 3. So turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Craighead. And in an effort to uphold the spirit of what you've laid out, I do want to express appreciation for the board members as well as the team that put forth the time and effort to ask questions ahead of time and then respond accordingly. So in that spirit, I also want to affirm that I will try to send tactical and or technical questions ahead of time and do my very best to ask more strategic questions in these opportunities. So I do want to affirm for Goal 3, and some of this, as I read the questions that were asked ahead of time and the responses, some of what I'm asking right now could be inferred from the responses. So I just want to confirm. So Goal 3, we're developing. We haven't yet met the target, but we're developing toward the target. Were you going to add something, Dr. Baker?
Little digging into the monitoring report before we actually kicked off the discussion.
I'll pause.
Okay. I also wanted to take a moment to show the public where to be accessible to the. Do you feel like okay?
Or maybe if I ask it, then you can highlight what.
Ask it.
Okay. So, without going into what Goal 3 is, but again, I want to affirm Goal 3 is our attempt to increase the number of Black students passing A through G algebra by the 9th grade, and we have a specific target and all that stuff that Dr. Baker can go into with the monitoring part, and eliminate the gap, the proficiency gap between those African American students and all other students. So my question, and maybe you can lift it up from the monitoring. We have a section in the monitoring report identifying things that need more attention, and then outlining some possible next steps. So I was wondering, Dr. Baker, one of those has to do with systems of accountability. If you could speak to those while you're going through the report, because that's what my question is really grounded in.
Yeah, and actually I'm going to do the kickoff, and then because there were questions ahead of time, it allows us to really get closer to the work and some of our team members. So a few things to share ahead of that with the board. First of all, appreciation, President Craighead and Mr. Miller sit on our weekly implementation team on behalf of the entire board. And so many times we're asking the question, if we increase the number of days that you had the report, what would that look like? And really trying to think about this as a learning experience for all of us. learning different aspects of what we need to learn. So thinking about just, I'm going to go all the way back to 2020 just for a moment, the decision to get more focused and have a set of goals that drives the board's governance and the governance team. And not a straight path to implementing student outcome focused governance, which is okay, because part of what we were learning along the way is really thinking about how this would set inside of a Long Beach unified governance system. And so from 2022 to the present, it also hasn't been a straight path. And I say that to say that in some organizations, when you take an implementation plan and you do it exactly as it says, you start with the board determining its goals and guardrails, and you align the interim goals by staff, and all of that is a package that then starts there, and you monitor it in the way that we are now monitoring. We didn't do exactly that, and I'm saying that to set the stage for this is about our third time of monitoring. Ms. Lopez is actually tasked with doing the analysis of the monitoring session. She's been trained by Coach Greg Klein. And so this is also a learning experience. With that said, Mrs. Craighead, I think you started by just acknowledging that the questions coming in are now posted. So our communications team is actually going to pull up the agenda so that we can just name where to find the monitoring reports themselves as attached to a board agenda. Thank you. And then on Friday afternoons, once the questions have come in from members of the Board of Education, staff has had a few days to quickly convene, trying to get people closest to the work, meaning curriculum leaders, other administrators. We're aiming to have teachers involved in this reporting at some point this year. Those questions that have been asked by members of the board, technical, tactical, and strategic, are answered and then posted. There's also links to the kinds of questions that are considered effective goal monitoring questions, effective information requests. So trying to be as transparent as we can in our implementation efforts as we learn. So agenda and then posted with the report, as you can see on the screen right now, are the answers to those questions. And I know one of the things that President Craig had shared in our weekly implementation team meeting was that the board gets some of the reports ahead of even these questions being answered, has time to look them over as staff is then getting the questions from board. And so it's all done in a very tight sequence and an opportunity for us to be aligned. But it does require time and commitment to answer what is here, especially if we want to seek input from those who are closer to the work. All right, so back to just setting up the first monitoring report. Do you want to ask a question?
I do, so thank you. 5 of those 8 questions were mine, so thank you for answering the questions. But I did ask last time, were these questions still going to be read here during a meeting and the answers read? Because so for example, the first question, what interventions or supports have been put in place for Black African American students struggling with algebra? So kind of, this is great. I'm here. I see that we're going to include math development courses, Khan Academy and tutor.com. I'm also wondering, will our Black African American students be placed in particular math classes when they get to middle school to prepare them for algebra? So just wanted a little bit more time if we read the questions and the answers so that we can still engage in some kind of discussion or ask additional follow-up questions if we have them.
Sure, so the staff will not read the questions and the answers that were provided to the public. If you want to read a question and answer, you're certainly welcome to do that. We're going to go through the monitoring report itself with the 4 elements of an effective monitoring report and then open up with some of the strategic questions that were asked. And then if there's any others that you want to read the question and the answer, you're certainly welcome to do that. But we're not going to just go through them and read the answers. We're actually going to go further into answering some of the questions with additional information. So.
Okay, so you are going to elaborate on what we have, but I think it's just for the public. If they don't go online to read the questions and the answers, it's just what they get here. It's going to be the extension of what you already have.
We're going to open up the discussion with a few of the strategic questions and do some elaboration and allow the board to discuss with me or with the staff member who's presenting additional information. Any of them that you want to read aloud, you certainly can read aloud or ask additional question about them. So there's no stopping because they were posted publicly, doesn't mean that you can't ask them again.
Okay.
Certainly can. So I am gonna start with Board Goal 3, the monitoring report. The data begins on page 190 of the board packet. If you, I'll just give you a moment to get there. And so first thing, there are 4 aspects of an effective monitoring report, starting with ensuring that the monitoring report has the goal itself, clearly showing what the goal is. So to Dr. Benitez's question or statement, that board goal is right at the top of page 190. In pursuit of having more than 80% of Black African American students meet the A through G, the algebra A through G requirements by the end of grade 9, the proficiency gap between Black African American students and all of the other students will decline from 5% in June 2023 to 0%. So actually, to bring some precision to Dr. Benitez's question, this goal is really around gap closure. And to be more precise, while we are aiming to meet the goal of gap closure as the board has defined, we don't want to do that by other students having a lower expectation. And so our interpretation of the board's goals in this area is to think on the left-hand side, continue to hold the expectation that all students are growing towards greater achievement of algebra A through G, and simultaneously to the right of that graph, to the right-hand graph, actually describes the goal, the data that associates with the goal of gap closure. So they go together, to your question, Dr. Benitez, and the goal specifically, our interpretation is your goal for us is close the gap while increasing proficiency of algebra in A through G. So 2 aspects of the monitoring report, the goal and the data itself, appear on that page. And then just to ground us in the monitoring report, we have done significant increase in our learning and engaging others in the idea of root cause analysis. This is root cause analysis, causal analysis is a really helpful tool, and it's not something that's learned overnight, and it's not something that just magically gets you to an answer. And I say that out of respect how you started, President Craighead, which is this is a learning experience that is bringing increased transparency, accountability, pressure, and opportunity for alignment and coherence into our system. So a primary aspect of student outcome focused governance is few goals. In fact, I think it's 1 to 5 goals that the approach actually suggests. We're at 4, so that those 4 become really deep study work in your system. And the reason that you all selected those goals is they represent the greatest need from our analysis that you all did over a couple years' time, continuing to bring data and bring more data. And you determined those 4 areas represent the vision of the board in terms of what it wants for its students. The wonderful impact that's having on us, with us, for our students is that as we have fewer goals, we are learning, we are identifying things that are not going as well as things that are going well. We're engaging in conversation that brings us to the kind of analysis that you see here in a way that has not happened yet. And so from goal 3 analysis, you can see some of the highlights analyzing just the bringing to the surface that our algebra teachers specifically have engaged in significant learning. And you'll hear Dr. Myers-Miller talk a little bit about what that learning has looked like in the summer. But 6 or 8 days of professional learning for algebra teachers is really intensive. There will be follow-up this year. The acknowledgement that we had our first year in our analysis, our first year of the implementation of equity and grading policy was not super consistent. That is part of what you need to watch when you're implementing something new. The first year, you've got to learn a lot about what implementation looks like, and build on it. And so rather than say this didn't work, we have a lot of lessons learned, and you'll hear Mr. Samuels speak briefly about the work with teacher leaders and others to get towards more consistency. So what's working? We can credit district team around common algebra assessments. You can see that have been realigned to the state level of assessing, so that when students take our district assessments and they do well or they don't, that gives teachers and administrators an opportunity to really see the level of questions that students have to ask and get very real about what students need and where they're succeeding and where they're struggling. Credit again to our math office team, who is providing algebra teachers with professional learning. To have 99% of the teachers, 77 of them, that's a thought. 77 algebra teachers in a room together during summer. I mean, just imagine that at the end, 99 of them, their exit slips suggested that they will adjust their teaching practices because of the experience that they had. That really says something about our teachers' interest in learning, willingness to learn and change, and to leave a session that is well planned and well thought out by our math team. You'll also hear Dr. Myers-Miller address this idea, and there was a question. What evidence suggests that increasing the use of standards for mathematical practice will be effective? And so she'll share a little bit more about that. While we're transparently sharing what works, we've also got to get real with the things that need more attention. So we know that daily math routines, culturally relevant math tasks need more attention. The SMPs, as they're familiarly called, they need more attention. And for some teachers, that's new, to really think about how do you bring in those mathematical teaching practices in new ways. Our supervision practices, to be super supportive of teachers, our administrators need to learn. What do they need to know about mathematical teaching practices and math algebra instruction that they can do to support? And then I mentioned this ongoing system around accountability for the equitable grading policy. You can see some of the next steps that go right with what needs more attention. So rather than just saying it needs more attention, here are next steps. The monitoring and supervision of algebra classrooms. We have a wide range of levels of experience among those 77 teachers. We have first-year algebra teachers and we have veteran algebra teachers. Looking at the results in algebra is helping administrators convene departments and a department head to lead a conversation with common assessments that is different than has been experienced. Continued practice, we know that teachers benefit from collective efficacy, which is learning from each other. And so to whatever degree we can create learning, professional development, but also conversations and data analysis time, that is embedded into next steps. There's also work that connects to this that we can speak to that really dips into this idea of how staff are working with students who are off track and some newer ways that we're addressing off-track status during the school day that is a test of change that we are taking advantage of. And then the last bullet point in next step speaks to accountability. You passed a policy around equitable grading. A policy is only as good as it gets implemented, and we know that that is work for us to do in creating accountability systems, creating expectations for how that is implemented as we go forward. So when I mention 2022 and think about the goals that are before us, part of where we feel a little behind is that we're stepping into a new degree of monitoring in the midst of those goals. We're not saying in 5 years, we're actually in a third year towards those goals, and feeling the vulnerability of being really transparent about where our data is, and also feeling how committed teachers and administrators and everyone who surrounds classrooms is to making this change, but also wanting to do it in a way that's sustainable and that changes practice for the long term, not just tries to get a result that we can report in a board meeting. The reporting in the board meeting is important, and more important is that what students experience in our classroom every day and for the long term changes the outcomes for our students. So with that in mind, let's see, back to Juan and Maria Isabella. You both asked questions. Your question was a question that was here that I think will be answered in how we address the concept of interventions. We can start there. Mr. Samuels has a couple of things to share about accountability for the grading policy and supervision. That may lead right into conversation with the board about interventions and additional questions. You want to kick off with that?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. As it relates to the grading policy, just to provide a little context, you may recall last year was a learning year for us as a system, and we spent a lot of time learning. We had some wonderful leaders in our office who spent a lot of time with teachers. We ended the year with surveys out to students and families, learned quite a bit. And we ended the year with our administrators sharing the revised guidelines with our teams, but ensuring that every department had a grading scheme so that we can ensure when we start the year off this year that everyone's on the same page. And so this year, our administrators are holding our teachers accountable. But number one, they just this week had a deadline of reviewing all syllabi. And so all syllabi should have been reviewed to ensure that they are consistent with our grading policy. I do know some administrators had to send a few back to get some revisions, so they are working diligently to ensure that that number one, syllabi are aligned. But then secondly, administrators are monitoring grades within Canvas as well to ensure that all of the elements within the grading policy, the expectations, if you will, are being adhered to. During our each quarterly meeting, or each quarter I should say, we will have some opportunities to review data, and so sites will be asked to include grade data as well, and to also revisit the grades and revisit grading practices, if you will, to ensure that we are following the policy that has been put in place. On top of that, our office and all of our principal supervisors at the secondary level, we're also holding our administrators accountable. And so they are, they're being expected to do all of those actions, but then also they're expected to report those actions to our team as well. And we have a system in which we're keeping track of all of that. But during our monthly meetings rather, to sites, principal supervisors are having conversations with principals, and we're really taking a look at how effective their monitoring is, and if there are some areas of concern, we're having those conversations as well. And so as it relates to that, we're pretty optimistic about the accountability that's been put in place for this year after a year's worth of learning. And so we're hopeful, but we'll see as the year progresses what adjustments we'll need to make along the way.
And then there was also a strategic question asked by a board member: what evidence suggests that increasing the use of standards for mathematical practices will be effective? And so in addition to the answer, Dr. Myers-Miller will share a little bit more about training and how that has been incorporated into what algebra teachers are experiencing.
Good evening. Dr. Baker highlighted in her report, in the report analysis for the monitoring report, 2 specific areas in which our team, OCIPD, is really actively working to enhance students' proficiency through professional development experiences with our teachers. So I would like to hone in on 2 areas. Over the course of the last 2 years, our math team has really unpacked the California Math Framework. And in the California Math Framework, there is a really emphasis on the standards for mathematical practices. The standards for mathematical practices are really about developing students' conceptual understanding of math. When we went to school, it was all about a formula, right? Mm-hmm. And moving away from the formula into what math actually means and how to problem solve and look at it in a variety of different ways. So that's part of the ways the S&Ps are being embedded into the professional development for our teachers. More specifically, this summer, all of our algebra teachers, Dr. Baker said 77, we have about 114 algebra teachers in our system, and about 2/3 of those teachers came for a whole week, and they were working with Dr. Pamela Seda, along with our math curriculum leaders and director, who supervise math in an institute in which they not only learn math content, but learned how to support students in developing their reasoning and thinking around math so that they could be more successful in algebra and other advanced areas within math content.
The greatest factor related to achieving algebra is what happens at the core level, what we call tier 1, or the everyday math experience. And then to the question Ms. Lopez asked about interventions and supports that have been put in place. And this is an area of learning for us and needing to amplify. So I'll share what the answer says and then add some additional details. So the answer reveals and shares just that we have math development courses, the use of Khan Academy, and tutor.com. These are not all of the interventions that schools use, but schools have had a lot of discretion, both with their own funds and with additional funds that have been provided for them, especially during the pandemic, to secure interventions for their students in a decentralized manner, I will say. Tutoring that they orchestrate, the use of technology in a way that they orchestrate. And so as we have studied our master schedules and thought about interventions through the process of analyzing and root cause analysis in our board goals, we're aiming to increase the level of system interventions and decrease schools making individualized decisions about their interventions. An example of how that has happened recently is as we started the school year, we were overstaffed, numerically overstaffed in our secondary schools. There's a decision point about that. The decision point is, do you take FTE, full-time equivalency of employees, out of a master schedule and ask a school to redo their master schedule because they have an additional, for example, 2 teachers based on their numbers? We call that overstaffed. And so instead of doing that this year, we're still overstaffed by classroom, looking at the factor of how many students are in classrooms. And instead of taking that FTE out of schools, we have, Mr. Samuels has worked with his team that have directed that FTE be repurposed for intervention purposes in a very much more prescriptive way, in curriculum that is driven at the district level, APEX, for example, in math development courses that have a district course outline. And so rather than decentralizing, we're taking an opportunity to test the idea of during the day algebra and other, but to board goal 3, algebra intervention that's in a master schedule, but using FTE differently than we have in the past. And that is a test. It means that students may be in an additional period. They may have a time that they were unscheduled. They may be coming into a course, and a teacher has had to change their schedule as the school year started because of the being overstaffed. And instead of pulling the FTE out, we're testing the idea of during the school day, credit recovery in high schools and acceleration and support in middle and high schools. So I don't know if that gets, Ms. Lopez, if that gets to the question that you were asking about interventions, if there's other things that you want to ask, but that
Yeah,
generally.
I think it just, I was at the Sankofa parent meeting, and one of the questions that kept coming up from parents, and I thought it was definitely a good question, is how will we know which courses our kids should take in middle school that are going in math that are going to prepare them for algebra, so that they are successful in algebra once they are in 9th grade. So along those lines, so what are we doing to prepare the kids in middle school and ensure that they are taking the courses that math courses that will prepare them for algebra?
I mean, I can talk about math course sequence or hand it off.
Well, just a quick, easy answer is that when it comes to middle school math, The middle school math sequence provides all that the kids need to be ready for algebra. It's all aligned to our Common Core standards. So if you look at the 6th grade Common Core standards, which is our Math 6, that prepares them for Math 7, which is aligned to our 7th grade Common Core standards, which is would prepare them for Math 8, which obviously would prepare them for algebra. So all of our middle school students are enrolled in a math course that will get them ready for algebra by 9th grade. There are some who are enrolled in courses that will get them ready for algebra in 8th grade, but they all are on that same path. So there's no deviation from the path, as long as they're doing their best effort, if you will, they will definitely be ready.
And did we see consistency with the grades in algebra in 9th grade last year, for example? Those grades with their student performance in the standardized math exams in algebra.
Can you ask the question again?
So along those lines, so we prepare the kids to take algebra, and so now the kids get graded in algebra, and we have those students that earned A's, B's, and C's, so on and so forth. But are we seeing consistency with like the students that are with the grading in algebra in 9th grade with their performance in the math standardized exams? So consistency, our kids get A or B in class, are they performing at or above grade level in their standardized test?
Go ahead, sure.
So I understand the question. What you're asking is there a correlation between grades and standardized assessments? Yeah, so we would have to do a deeper dive. We don't have that handy at our fingertips. We do generally see proficiency on in grades being slightly higher than how students perform on standardized assessments. Part of that is that student grades are partially built on how students are progressing each month, each unit assessment, and a standardized assessment is measuring it the entire year at one time. So it's natural to see students doing better as the year progresses and not quite as well at the end of the year. But we don't have that data specifically, but we could get that if that was a request.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to think about just also different kinds of assessment. So without going really deeply, we know that iReady Math has a stronger correlation than iReady Reading, ELA, to SBAC results. So it's also why we don't use a single measure to measure progress. There's lots of ways. And back to what's working, the common algebra assessments that are written to the level of the state test is a way for classroom teachers to feel supported and having assessments that are better predictors of how students will do for use in their classroom. I might also add, and maybe this is common knowledge from our board, but teachers have great supports in the alignment of curriculum, instruction, and materials in Long Beach Unified School District. They have an opportunity to decide from the materials that are presented to them or that are available to them. And it has been really deep work by the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development over time, and more specifically recently around math, to ensure that alignment happens, which is actually what a lot of school districts struggle with. And so our teachers, the opportunity to go to algebra training and then really get steeped in the unit guide, the lesson guide, have assessments that give them good information about their student learning, isn't completely unique, but I will say that experience in Long Beach Unified is very strong compared to most districts and has actually been lifted up as a national model.
Dr. Baker, I want to go back, building on what's just shared. I want to go back to sort of the original question that I had, and I'm trying to be very precise in either what I share or what I ask. But inevitably, I'm deducing and inferring certain things from what's in the monitoring report. So I want to make sure that I'm interpreting the monitoring report. So to me, if we can work backwards a little bit, I think I have clarity as to what some of the root causes are for these disparate educational outcomes and inequities, whether it's through teaching practices or systems or what have you. That only makes sense to me if I can connect what needs more attention and the next steps to what we believe the root causes of these things are. So if I'm going to ask, hey, what are the supports and interventions, in my mind, those supports and interventions should connect back to what we believe some of the issues and discrepancies or inconsistencies are. Is that a good inference?
Absolutely. And actually, just earlier today, we were talking about needing to know more in a root cause or causal analysis, and not just to let that live at the surface report to the board level, that actually this year will be spent drilling down, and I don't mean, drilling down into asking questions of students, asking questions of teachers to better understand.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll ask the question
okay.
based on that inference, all right? As I understand it, among 3 of the root causes were teaching practices and consistency around teaching practices that we know and can observe, leading to better educational outcomes for Black students in particular, but for all students. A second is inconsistencies in grading, to which we've passed a grading policy, but then now there are inconsistencies in the way the grading policy is being implemented, right? And then the last thing that you shared, either inconsistencies or lack thereof of monitoring and accountability based on the first 2. So to me, those are 3 sort of causes that then are leading specifically Black students to disparate educational outcomes. So am I good so far? Okay. So based on that then, help me think through how Khan Academy, tutoring, then support those broader strategies around teaching practices, inconsistency in grading and implementation, inconsistency in implementation of our grading policy, and these broader systems of monitoring and accountability. So that's sort of my big level, because to me it doesn't make sense to ask about, well, is Khan Academy working or not if I'm not thinking that Khan Academy is addressing one of these 3 root causes. And right now in my mind, and I'm not saying it is or isn't, in my mind I'm having a tough time connecting tutoring and Khan Academy to teaching practices, inconsistencies in grading or inequitable grading, and systems of accountability and monitoring.
So I'll go back to and then pass to Mr. Moskowitz, if you want to jump in, thinking about what I said about Tier 1 instruction, which is really the greatest opportunity to ensure that students have success in a classroom, is the first instruction they have, the Tier 1 instruction, with the well-trained algebra teacher who has good curriculum, instructional practices, and assessment that all aligns together. Beyond that, when you get into Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, there is a need for alignment and for those practices to support the Tier 1 instruction. But I think the theory of action is different when you get into intervention. Then you're needing to do a root cause analysis around what is the student lacking? Is it foundational math skills? Is it different aspects of, so it's not necessarily applying the same things you would see in a Tier 1 in a classroom. It's a supplement or an add-on, and you don't ever take away the core part, which is why when we think about investing in those levers, if you will, that you describe, are so important. So,
yeah, and I'll just double down on that. The question that was asked earlier was what interventions or supports have been put in place for students who are struggling? And that's when we started talking about things like math development courses, APEX courses. I don't think, and Dr. Baker just said this, we're not suggesting that is the primary lever. The primary lever is improving Tier 1 instruction. A primary lever is ensuring that we have consistent grading practices and that we have consistent monitoring practices with our administrators, with our teachers. So the question about what are the interventions leads to things like math development courses and tutor.com. But that is not the key area of focus. It's just a way when students are struggling, we also need to have something in place to help them catch up while we're improving that Tier 1 experience. So I think doubling down on what you said.
Absolutely. It makes me think about, while we're talking about algebra, and Ms. Lopez, I think this was in part of your question and asking about a math sequence. We're actually talking about an entire system of math instruction. So your focus that we're bringing to the board is Goal 3, close the gap around algebra. we're working on what does it mean now to be in kindergarten? Where do the algebraic principles show up in elementary school so that kindergartners, there are mathematical teaching practices in kindergarten, developing and TK and preschool actually, but just for now. And you think about that entire system. So it doesn't just start when you get to middle school and all of a sudden, what's the course sequence? Actually, this team works on thinking about the coherence of the entire system.
Dr. Baker, if I can go back to, you were talking about the different assessments in the classrooms, yes? So how can we keep our parents informed of the different assessments, since they can be confusing? And a lot of the times parents just want to know if their child is passing or failing and what they can do to support them. So how are we going to keep them informed of the different assessments? Like, how do we communicate that to our parents?
Sure, I mean, I can share a few things and then just invite in any additions. So one of the technology tool that allows a parent to view into Canvas, which is the learning management system, they can actually see exactly what assessments are the results of their student assessments and the assignments that are there in Canvas. There is an opportunity for parents to interact directly with their students' teachers in that way as well. So a lot of direct connect to the teacher feels like the most important thing. And while we often talk about that at the elementary level, that can be true at high school as well, to have a direct interaction. There are other supports that come in place in terms of counseling and the way that the opportunities exist for students and families to know more about their transcripts and things like that. So I don't know exactly which aspect you're wondering about or thinking about, but there's also training for parents in the way that our district, like Equity, Engagement, and Partnerships Office does parent university training so that parents have additional skills and tools. Our parent engagement facilitators, our instruction and intervention coordinators, like there are a lot of different systems that support parents specifically at the school site in knowing more about those assessments. But I think that a really important thing that you're elevating is the relationship between teacher and parent and what that could look like if they're not sure about what the assessments mean in their classroom. Most secondary teachers, well, I'll say all, with an expectation to that, have their syllabus posted for their class, which makes transparent the kinds of assessments that go on in the classroom as well. So, do you want to add?
Just a real quick little note. One thing that our research office has done, which is really exciting for parents, is that there is a link on our webpage for assessments. And so it's available to all of our parents and to our public. And it's actually separated by level. And so if a parent has a 7th grader, for example, and they go to that link, they can see all the assessments. They'll see our assessment calendar for our students this year. And then even within that calendar, if they click on iReady, for example, it takes them to a page that explains what the iReady is all about. So it's a really nice tool that's public facing that also can serve as an additional support for parents and community.
So I'll use that for the follow-up then, Mr. Samuels, because I happen to be a parent of a secondary student. So I think the information from my perspective and from what I hear from parents is there. It's a little tricky to access it. It gets a little bit trickier to actually understand what it means and what I can do as a parent. And so I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for parents that are asking me exactly what you pointed out. So here's my wondering. Oftentimes parents will get things like from a teacher, back to Dr. Baker's point here of point of contact. Hey, here's the syllabus that we're using from the class, and then the student will come home and say, my teacher's asking you to sign the syllabus that I understand what the syllabus says. Great, fantastic. Parents will get communications from a principal. Hey, this week, which was last week, we're doing iReady testing. Make sure your kiddos eat and get plenty of sleep. And then we'll get the district sort of, here's what the assessment's at. But I'm wondering if there's an opportunity either to hear as part of a presentation so that we can sort of get a better understanding or learn more about, okay, how is a parent supposed to understand what's going on here, right? I'm getting communication from teacher about syllabi and assignments and grading. I'm getting communication from the school about there's iReady testing or there's SBAC testing going on or a different assessment. And then the district saying the scores are here, right? So my wondering is, okay, so what do I make of that? So for example, if we refer back to last year's last iReady scores, that may have said one thing, and then we just had the iReady scores this time, and what does it mean if my student either stayed at the same or went lower or went a little bit higher from a parent perspective? Sort of to build on Ms. Lopez's question, how do I make sense of that? What do I do with that? Do I call the teacher? What happens at that point?
Yeah. So we'll take that as future inquiry and a way for us to both think about it. So here's another good example. When we focus, goal is clear, data is clear. This is a great opportunity to hear your perspective as community leaders and what it would look like to be more engaged with parents. And so we'll take that as a way to perhaps share some things with you all, but more importantly, to think about how we do better with our community and really ensure that parents are informed and connected to what their students are achieving. So that is the monitoring report for Goal 3. Now, this is a new business item, and we jumped right in. There wasn't a motion and a second, but this is for action, and this is acceptance. And while you're thinking about that, I'll just remind the board the 4 things that need to be evident in an effective monitoring report: the goal, the data, the interpretation, the evidence, and the plan, and an opportunity for you to hear more about anything that you were curious about. And just want to, again, thank the board for submission of those questions ahead of time. I know that this is it's hard to get used to, but we'll do it together. So appreciate that.
Can, Dr. Baker, can I just ask, I know we put this question in writing, but just to elaborate a little bit more on the differences in algebra proficiency among Black African-American students by gender, school, and socioeconomic status. So the question was, are there differences there? And I'd just like to get a little bit more information, like the schools, kind of that question. We also had, what are schools showing strongest results and what are they doing differently? And the answer just came back with, well, board members visited those schools, but I think that we should share with the community if.
So let me answer part of what you're asking related to that question. Then I know Mr. Moskovitz, we're gonna answer at not just a surface level, but because these are not exactly tied to the goal itself, we're gonna stay at a high level in answering. I also want, so the question, what schools are showing the strongest results and what are they doing differently? Part of the reason we stayed at the level in answering that is here is that it is a complex answer. And so if we are not going to spend hours creating a control report, like where are students taking algebra as 8th graders and then where are they assigned as high schoolers, the answer is not just as simple as saying like, who has the best results? It's also not just as simple as saying like, who even improved? So we would have to do a significant data study, which actually got us to the couple of schools that you all visited to learn more about them, to actually answer the question. Also, in thinking about public accountability, part of this experience for our schools is to learn from each other and to improve, but not to get shamed if they're talked about in a way that's not positive. And so elevating Cabrillo and our experience in going to Hamilton and Cabrillo, because they were outliers that our district research office identified without identifying the list from top to bottom. The important part of what you're asking that I appreciate is that the question was an opportunity to allow us to say, how do we increase learning within our system? So when we see a Cabrillo as an outlier, in math training, the amplification of what teachers are doing at Cabrillo that are leading to those results, it's an opportunity to elevate teacher voice. In a Hamilton, in middle schools, it's an opportunity for administrators to talk about what's working over there. Principal, what are you doing to really elevate teacher efficacy at the department and to share ideas? So For us, it's less important as knowing a ranking publicly and really important to your question about how we learn within the system.
Yeah, so I'm sorry you interpret it that way. My question was, what are the schools that are doing well and showing improvement in algebra for our Black African American students doing that other schools that we can learn from? So that was really where that question was. I also see that our Black African American young ladies are doing better in algebra than our males, right? Black African American males. So what can we do to support our male students to help them improve in those areas as well?
Mr. Moskowitz, do you want to speak to the data point specifically? I know you had.
Yeah, so just broadly, actually across all ethnicities, our females are performing better than our males when it comes to math, passing algebra. So that is across all ethnicities. That is also true when we look at socioeconomic status. Students that are lower socioeconomic status are passing algebra at a lower rate than students with higher economic status across all ethnicities. So that is true. Your question about specifically, was that true for African American students? It is. It's true for all students, actually. That females at this time are performing higher when it comes to algebra, and students with higher SES are performing higher as well.
And what are we doing to change that?
Yeah, one of the things that I forgot to say going back to, and this connects to a couple of things, Dr. Myers-Miller shared a specific about the training that took place was actually led by Dr. Pam Seda, who herself is Black, African American. And not only does she teach high quality algebra instruction, you saw in our next steps is really to think about how do we increase the cultural responsiveness in instruction, tasks and mathematicians that are demonstrated that represent our Black African American students better than we have. And that's part of the decision. Do we do our training internally, or do we look for expertise that would actually help our system to learn something different? And so at the core level, I think that represents actually a really specific to what you're asking that's important.
But it is going back, it is aligned with teaching practices, right? Culturally affirming, culturally stimulating teaching practices.
Yes.
So that root cause, that's what I'm getting at, Dr. Baker. Exactly.
Yeah, and just still wondering, I also know we are, the number of male Black African American teachers is pretty low in the district, and in some high schools, we may not even have any, right? And that's where
it's actually a national problem.
Okay, so I just, just wondering, could that also be, have an impact on the outcomes here in
Actually, in our strategic plan, one of the strategies is around increasing specifically men of color in math instruction. So HRS has actually been really working towards that, and it's one of the reasons why it's a strategy in our strategic plan. And it, unfortunately, is a national problem that we have got to attract more Black African American educators, specifically men, and in areas that we need students to see themselves, especially.
It seems to me that in this process of, submitting our questions early and having them answered, this particular question or wondering you had, Member Lopez, about the schools that are the positive outliers. It seems to me that this might have been an occasion where a staff member reached out and said, are you looking for the names of schools or a ranking or whatever? And then you would have been able to maybe help, clarify the question or something. And so to me, it shows the value in having those questions submitted ahead of time. And also, I like the fact that we're able to ask the questions right here in the meeting, even though they're submitted, ahead of the meeting, that helps, not just clarify certain things, but provide information. And I think it's very valuable to have this discussion in public so that people are, listening and hearing the information and not just reading something online, even though they're available.
And staff can prepare,
online.
right? Gives more
And-
time to staff.
Right, and we've seen the amount of work that goes into this, that each question has, many layers, and they're not all answerable in a concise little paragraph. There's so much more to it. So it's nice to have the quick answers available online, but it's also nice to have, the expansion of those answers here in public. But before we wrap up this conversation on Goal 3, I did want to uplift a technical question about the graph, and I have to say, without reading the very fine print, which, by the way, yeah, in the goal it says that the gap will decline from 5% in June 2023, but then in the graph just below that, it indicates a 7% gap. And so there's a discrepancy between that 5% and that question is also included. It's not the right one. It's also included in the questions that were submitted ahead of time. But I'm wondering if, Mr. Moskowitz, I see your hand on that microphone. I'm wondering if you'd like to expand on that.
Sure, I appreciate the question. It's a technical answer, but I think it's important for people to be aware. So when we were originally calculating on behalf of the board, bringing data to you so that you could set the goal, at that time we were calculating whether students passed algebra by the end of 9th grade. We included post 9th grade summer. So if they went and took a credit recovery course, summer school during the summer, at that time we calculated if that was part of them passing algebra. And at that time, including post 9th grade summer as part of that calculation, the gap was 5%. After that, as the state of California is developing their state dashboard and looking and what they post up on their state dashboard, they only include students who pass algebra or other courses by the end of the school year. They don't include the summer calculation. So in order to be in alignment with what is the process being used, the methodology being used at the state level on the dashboard, without using that post 9th grade summer, we also changed that calculation. But we didn't want to go back and change the original goal because that was voted on by the board 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. So the little notation there, and I know it is small, you need the magnifying glass to see it. The notation there basically, and it's actually probably not as clear maybe even as it could be, but the rationale is that now we calculate the gap for how many students are passing algebra by the last day of school in 9th grade. And so currently, when we look at this last year, the gap between our Black, African American, and all other students is 4%. The goal was 3%. If we went back and did this all over again, that initial goal itself would have said 7% in the goal. But again, we didn't change the goal itself because that's what the board voted on 3 years ago. But that's the rationale, that we no longer calculate post end of the school year. We don't use summer credit recovery. It does still count for the student, obviously. They still passed algebra, and they now are able to move on to geometry in 10th grade. But for the purposes of this calculation, we don't include the summer work.
Okay.
Are you entertaining a motion, President Craighead?
Yes, I'm entertaining a motion. And again, this will be to accept the monitoring report for Goal 3, meeting the 4 standards that were mentioned earlier by our superintendent.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just really quickly, I know, so I was struggling with even having input, but I'd be remiss if I didn't share my thoughts on the disaggregation of the information that we've been shared in regards to knowing the data per campus. Now, philosophically, I absolutely agree with not shaming campuses for their performance or students for their academic performance in comparison to their LBUSD classmates. I guess the part that I'm struggling with, and I'm still struggling with as I think about it, is if we don't disaggregate it, then how do we know exactly which interventions, which tools are being the most effective? And so, because as we stated earlier, each campus is also doing their own intervention systems to a certain extent, right? I guess my point is that I would hope that as we approve these, that we are also continuing to take a deeper dive into not only the interventions that are being used per campus, but which interventions are having the most effectiveness. Because I know that it's sporadic, or not, I want to use the term sporadic like it's loose, but each campus has their own approach. And so I just keep thinking about the most efficient approach, and I think the only way that you can do that is knowing which campus is, or which campuses are the most underperforming, to that knowing what resources are being used towards that campus to help each student, therefore knowing that this is probably the most effective way to provide intervention to these young people. And so,
Well, I would, excuse me, I know you're ready to respond. I would just say that the important part of your point is that identifying those interventions that are working for those positive outliers, and maybe those schools that need help. But is there a way we can do that without naming schools publicly? Is there a way we can just call out the interventions
Right.
and not so much the actual schools?
Right.
I was
Yeah.
going to say that I'd like to follow up with you to just untangle some of the many things that you just said in your question. You were talking about, we were talking about algebra, and then you were talking about interventions, studying interventions, so appreciating the wondering.
Yeah.
And an opportunity for me to follow up and just better understand some of below the surface, like what are the questions within there that we might be able to explore.
Okay.
So thank you for the cutoff, but we'll take notes and it will be something I can follow up on.
I just want to make sure I followed Eric. So we did get at some point, and apologies because I don't have the date of when we got the data, a graph with charts of different, with little dots for
Right.
where different schools
Right,
were.
right, yes.
That didn't actually name the school.
Didn't actually name the
but,
So,
um,
right, we have the
yeah,
data and
yeah.
we know and we activate, and all of our data at the school level and in our end goals can be disaggregated. So there's no, it's you use the term disaggregate. That's why I was like, there's more conversation to have.
Yeah.
Because you're asking about interventions, you're asking about disaggregated data, so there's a lot to that, and I would want to just better understand. And much of this data is actually publicly available. So it's the difference between knowing it and publishing it in a way that would bring other than positive attention to a school that's succeeding, like Cabrillo and Hamilton. We want to say that. That is a different way to think about it, and the complexity that I shared, that some students take algebra as 8th graders, some students take algebra as 9th graders, some take it 8th and 9th. There's more complexity to answering the question on
Right.
who's doing well
Right.
than just reporting on attainment. There's
Right.
more to that story. So if you're a high school and you have students that took algebra and failed algebra as 8th graders, and then they come in as 9th graders and you have a very high pass rate, that tells a story. If you have students that come in to have taken 6th, 7th, 8th grade math, come in and take algebra for the first time and have a high pass rate, that tells a different story. So we have to know the complexity that we're stepping into when we start to create reports that then get put in public space.
Well, the only thing I was going to add, Mr. Miller, is the story that has been shared, Dr. Baker, to Mr. Miller's, I think, as I'm understanding the question is, it's not just disparity across schools. And I think Brian alluded to this again today. It's disparity within schools for the same students, for black students, right? So even within schools that are on paper performing at a higher or accelerating at a higher, across the district, geographically there's disparities. But the story that we have been consistently getting is even within those quote unquote higher performing schools, there's still disparity amongst our black students. And in this case, black, male, poor students.
Mr. Miller, not sure this is along the lines as you brought that question up, it just got me to think, maybe we do have board guardrails, and knowing which schools are not performing may also help us provide the resources, supports to those schools, right? So, I mean, it just got me thinking that, that may be just a reason why we would need that disaggregated data to see which schools would need more allocation of resources to help them improve their student outcomes.
Well, actually, I see that not as board work so much as that's superintendent work.
Allocation of resources have to do with board guardrails.
Yes, and our superintendent mentioned that all that information, all that data is available, and that's what they work from, but that's not what the board works from. We don't do that.
Madam President, I was just suggesting that perhaps along the lines that Mr. Miller brought this up, it occurred to me that one of the reasons that it would be a good idea to have some disaggregated data would be for us to see which schools may need additional support. That yes, the superintendent would be in charge of, but it would be our duty to also approve those budgets, those allocation of resources.
And I think part of the discussion is, do we need to call out those schools that need the support? I think that's part of the discussion.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I think it would be nice to have data disaggregated, and even if it's just a map with dots, with 1, 2, 3, 4, and not necessarily calling them out, but I think it would be important for us to know which schools need more resources and are in need of more resources, more of our board support.
One thing that comes to mind is, and I've mentioned this in a previous board meeting, but I'll just bring it forward at this moment as well. So for each school, and this, I'll just be specific to Goal 3 right now, schools that have a goal around algebra, our research office has actually developed a report that is school specific and has a school level gap closure goal so that they are monitoring. So if you think of that across that coherence and alignment, we only achieve the board goals if schools achieve their goals. And so every school now has, every teacher and every principal has the ability to look at their school data relative to your board goals. And so great credit to Research and Student Outcomes Office, because instead of just reporting at this level, it is now out in the system for everyone to use as a continuous improvement goal. That is true for all 4 of the goals, by the way.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is that we accept the monitoring report for Goal 3 this evening. So, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And our student board members vote?
Aye.
So that passes 5-0 with a preferential vote by our student board member. And next on the agenda.
Do you want to take a short break? It's 7 o'clock. It's up to you, Madam President.
Okay, can everybody commit to being back in 10 minutes so that we don't prolong the meeting any further than we need to? So we will reconvene at 7:10. Thank you, everyone. This gives me the opportunity to use my gavel. I don't believe I've used this one yet, but we need to reconvene. You, the vice president. So welcome back, everyone. No, this muffled it. It muffled it. Welcome back, everyone. We've had a brief pause, and we're going to try and get back to order. So our next item of business is the monitoring report for the board goal number 4. And I would just like to remind everyone that we try to cover one goal or guardrail per meeting, but because we've kind of changed the sequencing of things to allow the board to have more time to look at the monitoring reports, it's just a matter of timing where we're taking a look at both Goal 3 and Goal 4 in one evening. Going forward, we're going to try and prevent that from happening. We're going to try and have either one goal or one guardrail to look at. So tonight we have 2. We've doubled up so that we can adhere to the monitoring calendar. So this discussion I don't anticipate will be as lengthy because they're both goals are related, and some of the information would be overlapping, but let's get right into it.
You want to take a motion first, Diana?
Sure, let's do the motion first.
Move to approve monitoring report for goal 4.
Second.
And now we need to decide who made the second.
That's
I'll
good
let
when
you
you have
decide.
3 seconds. I love that.
Yeah.
It's a good sign.
No, yeah, this is great. Okay, so we will start with discussion. Who would like to lead us off into discussion?
I was going to do the same thing with this report as Goal 3, just brief,
Okay.
but I will go faster and maybe less in depth, but just a reminder about those 4 areas. So anybody who's accessing this online, it's page 201, Board Goal 4 starts. And just to make clear also what was asked about the goal, I'm just going to read the goal. In pursuit of having more than 66% of Black African American graduating seniors A through G eligible, the proficiency gap, so right-hand side of this, and thank you for pulling it up, communications team. The proficiency gap between Black African American students and all other students will decline from 15% in June 2023. So on that right-hand side, you can see the gray bar, June 2023, and decline to 0 by June 2028. So if you look at the 3 years of data, which is required in a monitoring report, you'll see 2023, 2024 decreasing to 9% and decreasing to 8% in 2025, which puts us in the category of developing toward target. Also a reminder that in our student outcome focused governance learning, the cohort that Dr. Madrigal, Mr. Moskovitz, and Ms. Lalani participate in, this was actually an innovation that they introduced in the cohort, which is to not just say met or not met, but actually to show a gradient as part of the report. So you're experiencing an innovation in that as well. You can see the evaluation of current performance in that blue box of the report on 201. The percent of A through G eligible Black African American graduating seniors improved from 46% in 2023 to 53% in June 2024, showing a 7% gain, which was maintained. And then the other student average, which this goes to the point that was raised in the last session, which is we're not decreasing expectations for someone, we're holding and holding higher expectations and expecting that our efforts will accelerate our Black African American students' attainment of this goal. Those components of an effective report, they continue on page 202. So the goal is restated at the top. And then here's a few things, and I'll be brief because these were also elevated into the question. So analysis around a tremendous focus on expanding A through G course completion opportunities and increasing awareness. So Ms. Lopez, you asked about that. This was this area of A through G awareness has been of focus, perhaps less than we've seen around, specifically around algebra, and so seeing those efforts as part of this, important as part of our analysis. Actually mentioned this in the last board report, but the connection across elementary, middle, and high schools through outreach programs, so seeing that coherence at grade level, across grade levels. The noticing, and we can speak specifically to this, the graduation university status system, which we call GUS. Again, noticing, and this is because you've set high goals, fewer goals, that we can really get into this kind of root cause analysis to suggest that there's been inconsistent monitoring using GUS. So we'll talk about, when I get to next steps, we'll talk about what that may mean. And then simultaneously, there's an introduction of new college and career guidance platform for students and families that, if you can imagine a roadmap, and actually there's some previous history where Long Beach Unified created its own path to A through G status. So we can speak more specifically about this, but the College and Career Guidance Initiative actually has simplified graphical illustrations of a student's path to A through G readiness. And it helps in a simple form for parent communication, for families, and for students themselves to see where they're falling out, if they are, or where they're making progress. We can be really proud of students. All students are scheduled into A through G, so the question of like, well, what if a parent doesn't know that A through G is important? Actually, our default course sequence is an A through G course sequence that also includes that CTE completer path. So it's not a ninth grader doesn't get into school and think, should I take A through G classes or not? Credit to our internal OCIPD team that our units and our courses that have been approved are A through G course sequences. And again, so this amplification, and we can talk further and specifically about Black African American families, but really thinking about how to strengthen connections between our families and staff, and those who are really close to the day-to-day life of students. Needing more attention, and this actually builds on the last report, so focusing on high-quality Tier 1 instruction and in-class Tier 2 support. So going back to what I shared, that Mr. Samuels and his team are working hard to try out, rather than pulling FTE out of a school, how do we repurpose for intervention and acceleration purposes when students are at school during the day, not summer, not after school, but in their master schedule? Can we get students back on track through use of intervention sections during the day? Grading policy implementation, greater consistency, greater buy-in, greater consistency, and also listening to the success and challenges that teachers are experiencing and using forums like Teacher Council, where it's teacher leaders from every school that come together with district leadership to problem solve and to hear the real experience that they're having. And the focus has been on implementation of the grading policy. I've spoken a couple times about expanded A through G intervention opportunities. So next steps, we'll have the team talk a little bit about California College Guidance Initiative and what that means in terms of simple tools for good communication. This idea, next steps, and Dr. Brown may want to speak specifically about the Black Literary Society if you're curious. I know one of the questions was about that and what might we learn from the Black Literary Society that is taking place. The opportunity to analyze student data and courses in a master schedule, ensuring that we are fully implementing what I just said, which is A through G courses, and that we're thinking about students who are not passing and what we might need to do to support them during the school day. And then lots about counseling, and our counselors are on a journey too. So in some of the questions that have been asked, we can talk about the specifics about what counselors are learning. And I also want to say that A through G attainment is not just a counselor responsibility. It's really teachers, administrative staff, like the day-to-day who work with students. And we are learning a lot about counseling and thinking about if there's a Tier 1 level of counseling and supports. For example, every student will have access to the College and Career Guidance document that they can see themselves. If you're already achieving a 4.0 and you're completely on track, one of the ways that we've been discussing is, then what does that mean for counseling? Might you need less counseling opportunity than our Black African American students, who we see the greatest disparity of achievement. That conversation is being studied, and counselors are working with their counselor leadership and with our level office team and with OCIPD to better test out. Actually, we heard at Sankofa Parent Village on Monday night this idea of what does it look like to have a lead counselor who also is Black African American, in Mr. Evans, who has experience at a school and coming into the center. The center is meant to be a hub of innovation. What can Jonathan help cultivate through the center, trying some things out himself, but the ultimate goal is that he trains counselors at every school site to do some of the practices that we're working at Wilson, that we know have a research foundation to them. Some of that he'll do directly. He's going to be out at a school site, perhaps sitting with a group of students, but have another counselor alongside him. So because the center is not designed to be the solution. The center is an innovation hub and a way for us to curate and test out ideas so that every school learns how to better serve our Black African American students. And so we heard one example, I think, for those of you who are at Sankofa Village, about the work that he's going to do, that he's going to be doing. So with that in mind, lots of great questions asked. Some of them, there were technical, tactical, strategic. The question about intervention courses comes up, and we think about how do we ensure students don't fall through the cracks when they get off track for A through G completion. So we thought we would start with a couple of those questions and then see how the board wants to take that. So because there's a lot of interest in counseling, perhaps, Mr. Samuels, would you like to start the question around, have counselors received targeted professional development for supporting A through G planning for Black African American students? So I shared one example of Mr. Evans and the work that will be coming out of the Center of Black Student Excellence, and let's talk about the wider group of counselors.
Yeah. So every other month, our high school counselors meet, and our middle school counselors are on a similar schedule. It may not be perfectly every other month. And then we also have every other month our high school head counselors meet. And so between high school counselors and middle school counselors, our head counselors in our office, they put together professional development for our counselors during those meetings. And one thing that they've worked very hard towards last year, for example, was to really try to work together as a system to ensure that we kind of systematize some of our practices. And they've worked on various things that are pertinent to counselors as it relates to their work, in particular as it relates to this goal. And so many of our counselors have come together through collaboration, through bringing in expertise, like maybe some members from the center to provide some specific training. They've had research there to provide some training support with Power BI and GUS, if you will. And even with the College and Career Guidance Initiative, that's where our counselors first learned it. And then we actually, launched it to a pilot with 3 schools subsequent to that meeting. So during those meetings, they're getting a lot of support, a lot of training. And then, of course, this year, our head counselors from my office are planning some additional training that's going to be more streamlined and more aligned to the goals that we have set.
Can I add on? We've been talking for years about multi-tiered systems of support, and the spirit of what that means is there's alignment between the needs and the type of intervention that's being provided and the resources. And so as we engage in a system that is framed around multi-tiered systems of support, we can apply that to the conversation around counselors. And so it's really about aligning what the needs of any student group. Right now we're talking about Black students in connection to A through G completion. But the conversation around how the needs align with how we're intervening with different groups at each tier, and then how our resources align, is especially important in a time when we are not going to have more. So we're going to have to use what we have in different ways. So just an add-on to what Mr. Samuels shared related to counseling.
Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about GUS and Or was Mr. Samuels going to talk? Okay.
Yes, Gus, I believe, is a very awesome tool that we have. I just used it today, so I'm really excited about it. So one thing is that with Gus, our staff are able to go in, pick a school site, or pick the entire district, and they can just at a glance see how many students are on track or off track, whether they're looking at graduation or A through G. In this case, we're talking about A through G. And it gives them the percent of students who are off track, who are approaching off track, who are in danger, and those who are on track. And they are able to drill down to the student level to find out exactly which students are off track, which courses they had trouble with, and then, of course, determine a plan to help them, to get back on track. So the expectation is that all of our counselors are using Gus. And so one thing that we're working towards is trying to have a system-wide approach to make sure that we systematize it and ensure that we are being much more efficient and strategic in our use of it so that we can better support our students. But it's an excellent tool, and we do have some counselors who have signed up with research to work on a Gus 3.0. So there's going to be a revised version that's going to actually be more aligned to the variations that we have at our sites. So right now it's created in a way where it's a one-size-fits-all. So if you're at a school where maybe as a ninth grader you're taking an A through G course in ninth grade, at the moment Gus doesn't capture that yet because it kind of follows the general pattern that most students take. And so they're going to create a Gus 3.0 so it's more personalized, if you will, per site, per pathway. And we have some counselors who are going to help research design that. So we're really excited about the future of Gus.
So before we knew Gus, before Gus was a figment of our imagination, we used to have to create those very things through using high-tech things like index cards and Post-its. And so in kind of adding on to Mr. Samuels and I are having a little go back and forth, which is great. And it's really that tools like Gus 3.0 allow us to look at how we are aligning the support that we provide and therefore the corresponding, I think to your point, Ms. Lopez, the corresponding resources that are allocated to think about how we can serve students differently. Our goal is not for everyone to get the same, but the goal is for those with the highest level of need to get more. And that's something that is foundational in our strategic plan and in the work that we're doing, and that will create some challenges because very quickly the conversation shifts to what everybody should get and the expectation around what everyone should get. And by virtue of the goals that you have approved, we are saying that we're going to align our resources based on the needs. So cheers to Gus.
I do have a question. In terms of counseling, I did ask how often Black African-American students met with their academic counselor last school year. And even though we don't have, the data wasn't provided because it's not collected, is there a way that we can collect that data? Because there may be a correlation between our kids not taking those A through G courses and not meeting on a regular basis with their academic counselor.
Yeah. So I would expect that after this meeting, this monitoring report and the question and answers is distributed from our departments to the administrators that are leading those kinds of conversations. So I would expect that Mr. Samuels and his work with counselors, Dr. Brown in the center, that they're using these reports to actually have a next conversation close to the work and using the conversation that we're having to take next steps. So that's an expectation that I would hold. And also just acknowledging why it's so important, the kind of discussion that you're having, the questions that come in. Even if we don't talk about all the questions, they will be used in the field when we think about our work. So absolutely.
Yeah, and then for the public, the question that I asked, how are we supporting our Black African-American students with IEPs to help them meet this particular goal?
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Sosa Valderrama, do you want to?
speak specifically? Sure. So for our students with IEPs, or Black African American students with IEPs, their IEP really details the services that they need in order to succeed in school. In addition to that, though, we do have some resources for for the students and for teachers. So the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development has developed some guidance for IEP teams on supporting discussions regarding A through G completion. So those are used as they're having those discussions during the IEP meetings to ensure that students are in the least restrictive environment and that they're able to access A through G courses. And then we also have the co-teaching model that we offer at all of our comprehensive high schools and most of our thematic high schools, that our students that are in what would be our mild moderate programs, so our MM classes, they are in those classrooms that are A through G compliant as well. So they have access to those. So they have access to a content area expert in the math teachers or the English teachers, as well as access to education specialist that is an expert really in working with students with disabilities and helping them access the core curriculum. So they have access to that. And then in addition, if students with IEPs need additional support, we do have a course that's called the Core Content Support, CCS courses, in math and English, and those are available to provide additional support to students, and that is typically it's a course that has a course number, and it is an elective for students.
Out of curiosity, Dr. Sosa Valderrama, is this a common practice for all of our students with IEPs at the high school level? Or is it just what we're doing right now for our Black
Yes.
African American students?
It is for all students with IEPs. They have access to the A through G courses.
Dr. Benitez.
So I'm going to ask a system question related to that. And it builds on Dr. Baker reaffirming that by default, all of our students going into high school are on an A through G track curriculum. And we've talked about that over the years.
Yeah.
And you're going to see it go again. There's a Long Beach Promise that we have that guarantees admission to local students to the flagship of the CSU, and as well opportunities to go to Long Beach City College. So I'm hearing about the focused thinking, the energy, the resources, the time and effort that's going into eliminating our educational gaps. We have Board Goal 3 and Board Goal 4 specifically for Black students to complete A through G algebra by the 9th grade and to increase our overall high school A through G completion rate and eliminate our gaps with non-Black students. But at the same time, we have a moving target. And I'm hopeful that we're going to achieve all of these goals, Dr. Baker, particularly goals 3 and 4. I'm hopeful. Here's my continuing to be huge concern, that even if we're successful and maybe we exceed the goals and more Black students, and I'll say specifically Black students with IEPs, complete their A through G, that our flagship CSU is going to say, not good enough for here. Even though we've done everything to fulfill our part of the promise, and all of these resources and teaching practices and equitable grading policies and GUS and monitoring and accountability are all at some point going to be working like a fine-tuned, well-oiled machine, and yet our students are going to graduate and apply. And again, keeping in mind that we're preparing them for college and career, right? But the opportunity here is to go to college. And CSUs are at a crisis with how many Black students, and particularly Black male students, are there. What conversations are we having around this false promise that is continuously, consistently moving the goalpost and changing eligibility indexes on A through G, and then our students hear about the Long Beach Promise, and our fifth graders go to visit the campus, and we have this college-going culture built into all of these things, all right? And in fact, we're gonna graduate students with IEPs that are A through G and will not be able to get into Cal State Long Beach. So where are our conversations system-wide about the roles, the accountabilities, the commitments? Because part of this is college and career readiness. And I know we have staff dedicated working with all three systems, but at the end of the day, if we're successful, we have a failed promise here for a critical mass of students that have completed the minimum A through G requirements, but will not be able to by policy. Again, and I know there's pilot programs, and I know we're doing some exceptional
And you're not
programming.
talking about our policy.
Yep. But no, I'm saying, what conversations are we at with respect to our A through G efforts?
Do we know any administrators at the CSUs?
So I'm not asking a question on behalf of or for the CSU or LBCC. I'm asking, how are we working with, whether it's through dual enrollment, whether it's through ethnic studies initiatives, whether it's through the peer counselors that we have. We have all kinds of conversations, and there's data sharing and data monitoring. How are we thinking through that within the systems and approaches that have been shared here today?
Yeah, I mean, you just named a lot of things that we are doing. And there has never been more activity among the three institutions. I mean, the CSULB is now in a transition, right? A leadership transition. There's never been more activity among the three institutions. And still, what you're talking about, the criteria exists. There has been, in our team with Dr. Elijah Sims, who represents all three institutions, working at admission and support for students that do get in, but the criteria hasn't changed. Right. So I'll say I'm open from my leadership seat as to what that might look like to be more specific about that need, because I think our team, who I can represent in this conversation, like, we are at the table as often as possible, not just working at our own results, but then working at what does that look like when students leave Long Beach Unified, and how do we help them to be successful. There is an effort underway, which is named, I'll just go back to the not to get away from the question. There was a question about what types of opportunities or outreach is available for families in respect to A through G information. So a newer effort, Cal State Long Beach got some grant funds and are implementing what they're calling the Sankofa project at 5 middle schools with a specific group thinking about what Dr. Brown said. And we think about targeted universalism. Part of targeted universalism is the least well served, and then that is the focus of our effort. So in the Sankofa project, we have partnered with Cal State Long Beach to identify 5 middle schools with high percentages of Black African American students to engage the students as well as families in newer ways of learning before high school, learning about A through G and what it means to progress towards admission. And still the criteria exists. So.
Okay, do we have further discussion or questions? In which case, we'll go ahead and vote. So as a reminder, we're voting to accept the monitoring report on Board Goal 4. And by voting to accept this, we're saying that it meets the 4 criteria listed on page 188. And it's been mentioned before, so I won't repeat it, but all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0.
Thank you. Just to make note, you've now given Ms. Lopez work to do, which is to score the monitoring sessions that happened tonight. So that'll be an opportunity for us to learn from her scoring and Greg Klein coach's scoring, so that when you do self-assessment or self-evaluation in October, you'll actually have good data to operate from. So thank you for that.
Yes. And thank you, Member Lopez, for volunteering to do that. Okay.
And the irony in this is that we, in scoring this meeting, which is my responsibility, we've done a lot of work on student outcome focused governance, and so we may go from 0 up to 10 or something like that.
Right, and so when the meeting finishes, not only will Ms. Lopez have a job to do, then Mr. Otto will have his job to do to score on the time tracker that
Right.
Dr. Benitez did
Right.
last quarter. So
Right.
awesome.
Okay, so we will move on to item 16.4, approval of expanded learning opportunities program, the 3-year plan.
Move for approval. This is an action item, correct?
Yes, this is an action item.
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. If someone could provide insight, Mr. Moskovitz, maybe you, as to how the schools were selected, given that they're typically your K-8 schools, but this list does include Cabrillo High School. But if we're including Cabrillo High School, we are leaving schools like Jordan, like Poly, like the other high schools out.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to share a little insight. First of all, anything I'm going to share here really is on behalf of Armando Duenas, Debbie Deaton, and others within ELOP. There isn't currently a director there, so they're just doing some great work and helping us to make sure this work is moving forward. So specifically to ELOP, ELOP is provided from at the state level, and it needs to be prioritized for students in grades TK through 6th. And we actually aren't allowed to use resources beyond that unless we've served all of those students. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. All of our elementary, K-8, and middle schools have a free expanded learning opportunities program at their site. And actually, just kind of hot off the presses, I'll throw it out there that we sent out communication tonight to our families who have been in our Kids Club program, who had been, many of them paying no fees, but some of them who made over a certain income level were paying $250 a month. We've actually made that free for all of our families. So at every one of our elementary, K-8, and middle schools, there's a free after-school program available. So that's an exciting thing. Specifically, though, to your question about high school, we are not using any ELOP funds to pay for any high school program because we're not allowed to. Cabrillo receives a federal 21st Century Assets Grant. They're in, I believe, the 3rd year of a 5-year grant. Every year, we look to see if we can apply for other high schools to receive some of those grants. It is a highly competitive grant cycle, and it is primarily based on the percent of students at that high school that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And actually, none of our other high schools have a high enough percentage of free and reduced lunch count to qualify in the most recent cycle. Some years, they lower the cycle based on the amount of funding available. But over the last several years, as our team has gone to apply on behalf of other high schools besides Cabrillo, those schools have not qualified. So Cabrillo is currently in year 3 of a 5-year cycle. We'll continue every year to see if we can apply for the grant for other high schools, but that's the only one that's qualified at this time.
Thank you.
Just one quick follow-up question, Mr. Moskovitz. Thank you for sharing that good news for all families. Could you remind us, Mr. Moskovitz, I think I saw it in either the ELOP plan or in the accompanying supporting documentation, so there's a wide range that varies on what ELOP looks like at each school, right? Whether it's elementary schools and or the middle schools. Could you share with us what gets taken into account as to why certain programs are at one school and not another school? So what are the considerations for school? How do schools determine what they're going to have at that particular school?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are some basic things that are at all of our schools. As I said, all of our schools have a after-school program that is free. The provider for that program varies, and part of that is that we just don't have the capacity as a district, nor do most districts of our size, to be able to provide that service to all of our students, hiring all of that staff. So we partner with community agencies like YMCA, AYA, Conservation Corps, and they actually come in through contracts and they provide the service. But every one of our schools has a program like that. In addition, we provide, for example, 5th grade camp. So our 5th graders, right now, we've got, I believe, Bixby and Carver are up at Camp High Hill at Oaks right at the moment. They are receiving So that's something that all schools receive. We also give funding as part of the ELOP allocations that we receive. We provide some of those allocations right back out to sites for each individual site with their community to determine what kind of enrichment or needs might there be for after-school programming. So you probably all have seen over the last couple of years, almost every board meeting, there is a purchasing contract request for $3,000 for a chess club at this school, $5,000 for an art program at that school. And so each school is able to determine what is the interest and needs of the students and the families at this school, and then to enter into contracts to provide that. We are looking, we did receive some additional ELOP funding this year, and so we are looking at how might we, not only how might we, how will we provide additional funding to every school, prioritizing for some schools more than others for intervention programs that can be provided after school. That's hot off the presses as well, coming soon to schools to be able to provide intervention as well as the enrichment after school. So there are some commonalities across. We also have great partners, like I think we've got some folks behind me from Ground Education. We just approved, you all just approved earlier this evening, a contract for them to go in and support through our ELOP program. So they're in many of our schools providing that great outdoor education program on site, after school. In addition to some of the contracts, they also have contracts where they support individual schools during the day with those contracts that are set up at the individual school level. So consistencies across in most cases, but also some variation that schools are allowed to determine what is the need at their site.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0.
I just want to make one little note. This is not about the approval. We tried something in order to create more time and space in the board meeting for monitoring. And so we uploaded a video for public consumption with the slides. And just, it's another attempt to create different kind of space in the board meeting and use time outside of the board meeting for things that our coach has suggested can be viewed outside of the board meeting. So thanks to the team that did that.
Thank you. And next on the agenda, we have our student outcome focused governance implementation. And Mr. Otto, you mentioned earlier about keeping track of time, and I'm wondering if you would be willing to volunteer to continue that for the next quarter. As far as 2025 is concerned, yes. Yes? Oh, thank you very much. Okay. And I'll mention that upcoming on October 1st, we have a morning workshop governance session with our coach, Greg Klein, from the Council of Great City Schools, and we'll be working on student outcome focused governance issues like our policy diet, our agenda, board, and the big one, board guardrails. So the guardrails we have in place are the guardrails for the superintendent. Those are the guardrails that come under our 4 goals. You've seen them probably everywhere online and everywhere else. 4 goals, 3 guardrails, but we have yet to establish board guardrails. So that will be the biggest part of the morning session. The other things won't require as much time, but the board guardrails will. And thank you for reminding me of that. And then in the evening on October 1st, we will do another quarterly evaluation. These things come up very quickly as far as I'm concerned. I know, and that's coming up October 1st. And then also I'd like to report, and Member Miller, jump in whenever you want. October 8th will be our first community engagement. I'm going to hand that off to you then. You look like you're all set to talk about that.
Yeah, so for the past couple of weeks, we have gone over not only the script in which will be used at the community engagement, the board's community engagement around our SOFG work, but also what it's going to look like in structure. So I am happy along with Board President Craig Head, to announce that we will be rolling out our first meeting, which will be October 8th. And it'll be, once again, like it was proposed in structure, there will be 2 board members in attendance. This will be in District 5.
Board Member Miller, or actually Dr. Baker, can we ask our board secretary to send us calendar invites for all the community engagement sessions?
Absolutely, and actually, let me pause there to remind all board members that part of your homework that Mr. Miller gave you was to send to me proposed places. So President Craig had picked a community space that will be used on October 8th in her district. So the rest of you, if you could pick 1 to 2 places so that the board secretary can reach out. And I can help you with dates. The way that I assisted in getting to October 8th was looked at the district's master calendar, looked at board dates, looked at other things that were going on at the same time in that window, and checked those calendars, and then offered, here might be some opportunities. So if you all could be thinking about where you'd like to hold in your area, that's a next step to offer to us, and then we can propose some dates and look at dates together. So that was on your homework list.
And
and yes, on the invitations, absolutely.
Yes, in fact, I think it's a good idea for board members to attend just to see how it goes. This is the first time we're doing this, so I want to extend an invitation to my colleagues for that as well. And so it will be October 8th at the Assistance League. They've been a wonderful partner for the district and are located in District 5. And then on October 11th and 12th, we have a 2-day, I'll just call it a conference, because I guess that's the best way to describe it. But we have a 2-day conference with our coach, Greg Klein, from the Council of Great City Schools. And it'll be for our board. We have decided on a date that all 5 board members can attend. And so this is an opportunity for us to receive training all at the same time. And our superintendent, because we are all part of the governance team. And so it will be a team building exercise. And it's not just for Long Beach. We have a contingent from Fresno joining us, possibly San Diego, maybe Santa Ana. So it's not just specifically for Long Beach, but we will be hosting some, well, not quite neighboring districts, but we will be hosting other districts for that event too. And that's going to be held at the EduCare facility. And that's going to be an all-day, 9 in the morning to 6 at night event. And I know a few of us on the board have already participated in that type of a training. So for us, it'll be familiar. But I am looking forward to all 5 of us, 6 of us, sorry. All 6 of us attending this training and working together. So I think that's all I have for item 16.5. There's nothing to vote on. It was more or less just a report out. And that brings us to item 16.6 on under new business, Office of School Safety operational modification. And this is an information only item. And I believe we have Mr. Cameron Smith here. So I will see if we have, oh, yes. Dr. Brown, thank you. You're going to help us out here.
While Cameron's coming up and we're pulling the slides up, I just wanted to make some framing comments. Thank you for the opportunity. There's been a long road to getting to today, and today is really a result of a multi-year process for reimagining school safety. Those efforts were absolutely magnified and accelerated following the death of Mona Rodriguez in September of 2021. And following that tragedy, we were called in by a group of community organizers and activists who called themselves Safer LBUSD. We're really fortunate to continue to work alongside Safer LBUSD. I see in the audience that Chris Covington is here as a co-lead, as well as Dr. Kim Tabari, who is a co-lead. And through working together in lots of conversations and lots of hours spent in talking about what school safety means, what the role of school safety officers should be on our campuses, what additional types of alternatives and supports we need, how we can divert away from unnecessary law enforcement existence and experiences for our youth. We have continued to work together. Initially, they came to us with a set of 6 demands. And over time and over lots of conversations, we have been able to work through those demands and recalibrate those expectations in our efforts. So today, Cameron Smith, our Director of School Safety, is bringing before you an operational modification to the role that our school safety office is playing. And he will be explaining, he's got about 6 or 7 slides to go through so that you can feel and the community can feel completely informed about what we are bringing forward. The idea does create a little bit of a mind twist. And I'll just say that as somebody who, when I first heard it, said, you want to do what? I want to say that because the idea that giving more authority to our school safety officers actually allows us to intervene more in terms of what students have the opportunity to receive and the diversion efforts that they have available to them, heightened tonight by the really exciting grant that Amy Love and Cameron Smith achieved for our district to allow even another layer of diversion opportunities. So with that, I'll pass to Cameron, who will share a set of slides that you have in front of you, and then we'll welcome any questions that you have. Tonight, we're bringing this for information in the hopes that it will be for action on October 1st. So thank you. Welcome, Cameron.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. I believe your first thought was, I'm going to throw you out my 4th story window here. So I appreciate the work that we've done together. Good evening, esteemed board members, LBUSD leadership, the community here in the audience, and those streaming from home. My name's Cameron Smith. I'm the Director of the Office of School Safety for Long Beach Unified School District. And I'm here tonight to say thank you. I'm here for the opportunity to speak and provide some information, as Dr. Brown mentioned, about some operational changes we've been exploring within the Office of School Safety. I want to start off with this slide in particular. I've been an employee within the Office of School Safety for LBUSD for 10 years. I've been in my role for director coming up on 1 year now. And one of the first actions I took was to develop this mission statement. In my entire tenure here, that was not something that existed for school safety. So I want to take a chance just to read it to you and kind of highlight specifically why this is impactful for us and guides us within school safety. The mission of the Office of School Safety is to provide for the safety and security of all students, staff, visitors, property at all facilities throughout the district. We accomplish our mission by prioritizing community trust and respect, collaborative partnerships, and promoting justice and inclusion. I really want to highlight this because my goal when creating and working with our team was aligning to the district's vision, to our core values and our Vision 2035. As we're pushing forth that vision, now is the time to take the opportunity. If we're going to start over and we're going to create something and formalize something in our department, it needs to be aligned with where we're going as a district. Now I want to kind of contextualize and provide a story to you before we move into the next slides. And story number one involves a student at a high school was reported to the front office that they possibly had a knife in their backpack. Staff took the backpack, found a knife. Long Beach PD was contacted, and that student was subsequently cited and arrested for the possession of that knife. No threats were made. Action was done purely off of the possession of the knife. Now we have a second instance, exact same situation. The first student was handcuffed, transported, and booked at the central booking station. The second example, same exact circumstances. The student was cited and released to parents. So we've created a situation where the exact same circumstances existed and two separate outcomes happened. Both students were then put into the criminal system, but both had two very different experiences. As I mentioned, some of the current challenges, that's the number one thing that we've noticed as we started looking back and saying, what can we reimagine? What are we facing? What are we seeing out there? When we involve our external partners, Long Beach staff lose operational authority over that situation. And this is not to disparage our local law enforcement partners. We have an outstanding partnership with everyone within our jurisdiction. Signal Hill PD, Long Beach PD, LA County Sheriff's Department. They are fantastic to work with. We have a great relationship with them. All this is saying is that they have their own policies and procedures. When we call them, that takes precedence. We are asking for them to come help at our school site with an issue. Their policies and procedures are going to be acted and followed upon. What that creates is a varied response. The policies and procedures for LA County Sheriff's Department are different than Long Beach PD. They handle certain situations different ways. That leads to a variety of outcomes based off of same circumstances. Additionally, we've now created a situation where we're creating a punitive situation for those students. We're putting them into the justice system, and not every case needs that. We also see that we get a varied response, a response speed, a response size. I know several of you have been out and have seen maybe one time there's one police officer, one car responds to a call. Another time there may be 6 or 7 cars that are out there. The circumstances behind those responses are varied as well. It could be that additional backup was needed. It could be that officers were rolling by and they wanted to understand what was going on. The other thing that we've noticed is we've had a significant inability to hire and retain staff within our department. So as we looked at those challenges and started to brainstorm ways that we could reimagine and what can we do differently, how can we focus this differently? And we started to come up with this operational proposal. And really what this aims to do is align school safety's operations to our core values, to our vision, and focuses on 3 key elements. The first one is reducing the reliance on external law enforcement agencies. So get us to a point where we're not dependent on these other agencies to come and assist. We are by no means asking that they stop helping us or that if we call them, they won't come. That's not the case. Our goal is to respond in a way that allows them to do their mission and their work in the community without tying them up for calls that maybe not be necessary for them to respond to, that our team can and should be handling. Additionally, and most importantly, especially when we start looking at the grant award and the work that's been done over the last year, is enhancing LBUSD's capacity to explore alternative discipline measures. This may be through formal diversion for the criminally impacted youth, or it could be through informal diversion, where the youth maybe did something that they regret and there needs to be accountability for, but it may not rise to an actual arrest or criminal action or criminal outcome. And then lastly, improving recruitment and retention of our top talent. If we do that, we start establishing more passion in what they're doing. They're able to connect with students. If we're constantly having turnover, our mission to have the same officer at a school site there to connect, to meet the kids in elementary school, go to the same middle schools that they feed into, and then ultimately see them at high school. If we lose an officer every 4 or 5 years, we're starting over every single time. So going a little bit deeper into reducing the dependence on external law enforcement. Our current practice is that an incident happens at one of our schools. Both school safety personnel and law enforcement personnel have the ability to show up to that site. Most often, both agencies show up together to handle a situation. The front office may have called 911, then the front office calls us. A community member may have called the law enforcement agency, and then the law enforcement agency calls us to say, hey, we're on our way over here. Can you meet us there? We are required to call the external partners when a crime occurred and a victim is desirous of prosecution. We cannot, a victim has the right to claim a victim. No matter what we want to do or what we want the outcome to be, if an individual identifies that a crime occurred to me and I desire to be a victim, we have to call PD to have them come out and take that report and take action to resolve that situation. Again, once they arrive, their procedures and policies are followed, but then it also creates a situation where the community is passed around. We had an incident happen this week at a school site. A law enforcement agency responded. They took a report and handled all the criminal action. School safety took a report. The school took a report. Now the parent is asking for information and trying to gather all the documents, and it's, well, you got to go here for this and go here for this and go here for this. This streamlines that process where those reports are all taken by school safety, and that is that point of contact. So we're streamlining and making it easier for our community members to get that resolution that they're looking for. The proposed action significantly minimizes the need for outside agencies to be present at our schools. We are looking to take over handling and resolving all infractions and misdemeanors that originate from our school sites. That's going to be at the adult level, issuing citations and going through the process for that. And the next slide is going to show you how we plan to address those issues and how they're addressed differently through diversion. So in the fall of 2024, Long Beach began a pilot for restorative justice interventions through my office and the restorative justice team. It was a joint venture that we kind of put together to say, hey, what can we do for this? We targeted nonviolent actions that were committed by our students in our schools. And these are a list of what we started to generate for an action for diversion. Through that pilot over the last year, the results have been highly successful. We've had 15 cases diverted, 15 cases completely successful. Charges were dropped, cases were dismissed. We have a 0% recidivism rate, meaning they have not reoffended after completing the program. Through that, we've partnered with local community business organizations to build a support system to expand our program, right? Amy's team is amazing, but they need help and they need that support on the back end to provide not just the initial diversion to address the charges, but how are we meeting those unmet needs of those youth, right? What caused them to do this action in the first place? And that process is an 18-month mentorship program that her team is leading and we're looking to expand. Through her work, she was able to get her diversion program officially recognized as a diversion provider through the Department of Youth Development, as well as in partnership with the Long Beach City Prosecutor's Office. So they are recognizing our diversion program as acceptable deterrence and outcomes for these youth that are impacted by these crimes. So we received a grant, right? $2 million over the next 3 years to expand this program. And this is the crux of how we can change what's being done. Currently, a youth is cited or a youth is arrested, that citation goes to the court system. A court case is filed and occurs. That's on record. Amy's team comes in and works with the courts through that process, but they are still fingerprinted, they're still handcuffed, and they're still appearing before a judge in that process. Allowing school safety to handle those citations, we now eliminate that initial court hearing even. Our goal is to issue a citation, and that citation will sit on my desk. They will be immediately referred to this diversion program. If they choose to participate and complete the program, that citation completely goes away, never filed. It's filed in the little shredder bin over there. If they choose not to participate, which is an active choice by them, then we have the recourse to go through and submit it to the court, where then they go through the county's diversion program, which could take 7, 8, we've had cases that have taken 13 months before they're adjudicated. This is done within 72 hours, and that process is started. By doing this, we are eliminating that need to fingerprint them. We are eliminating that need to transport them to central booking. We are eliminating the need for them to show up in front of a court, in front of a judge, all while supporting the program where we can provide diversion and reach those unmet needs. And then lastly, this proposal is going to greatly improve our recruitment and retention of the personnel that we have. Nationally, there's a shortage in available or interested parties in law enforcement. We're often now at the point facing competing incentives. If I went to go apply with an agency right now, Long Beach PD, they're offering $78,000 in incentives to sign and transfer over to them. Other agencies are offering more than that. We can't compete with that. What we do compete with is providing an avenue where officers actually feel rewarded in the work that they're doing. They enjoy working with kids. They enjoy making connections. I will say that in the past, we may not have been there. But with the group of officers that we have now and the group of officers that we are trying to recruit and get on board with us, that's that mission and that's that goal. And that's what we're looking for. Just for clarification for you on kind of the certification process for an officer, whether it's a local law enforcement or school safety, the state has a personnel commission on peace officer standards and trainings. It's called the Post Commission. That commission is what sets the standard for training for law enforcement in California. So when you go to the police academy, they've set that curriculum at the academy. They set the ongoing trainings. They handle the certification process. If you go through the academy, you are given 3 years to be hired by a post-participating agency. After that 3 years, you're allowed 1 requalification and then another 3 years to be hired and working for an agency. So you have a 6-year window. If outside of 6 years you haven't worked for an agency participating in post, you have to go through the whole academy again. That is where we experience the turnover with our officers. Because we are not able to certify them after 5 years, really after 4 years, because the hiring process takes a while, they're looking for alternative places to go to. Many leave. We were down about 40% before we entered into the summer of our available officer budget. So I kind of liken this to a teacher, and I use this as an example. Teachers go through a credentialing program. What we are asking our officers to do is get all the requirements necessary. They have to have these requirements, but we're not going to issue them their credential. And if they leave anywhere else in the state after 6 years, maybe 10 years from now, circumstances change and they have to move to Northern California, they cannot work as a peace officer. They have to go through an academy again. So it would be like a teacher working for us not allowing them to clear their credential and saying, if you ever leave us, you can't be a teacher. You have to go through the process again. And then lastly, and really most importantly, what is the community going to notice? School safety officers no longer have to stop the process to get PD involved. We do 95% of the work that an officer does when they show up to a site. That remaining 5% is filling out the paperwork to issue a citation or to affect the outcome of that situation. So now we've created a situation where students maybe have to repeat their experience to the staff member, then to the school safety officer, then to the PD officer. By doing this, we're not passing off to the next person. We're not saying, hey, thank you, I'm sorry that this happened. Can you please re-explain everything to this officer over here? They can't take our information to complete their report. They have to do that themselves. We're going to see more accountability and outcomes for our students through the diversion programs. Dr. Brown mentioned earlier during the consent item that there's a thought process out there that diversion is just, hey, here you go. I was one of those. I thought that diversion was a waste of time and there was no outcomes for it. I couldn't have been more wrong. I sat in a few restorative justice circles and sat through the process with some of our youth. The fact that the accountability came before that student went back to school even. The fact that they are facing the person they harmed, the community they harmed, creates an atmosphere, and it carries more weight than what they're experiencing through the juvenile justice system anyway. Restorative justice by design, we're creating a better future together in and with community. That is restorative justice, is in and with the community. And lastly, the public in general is going to see more transparency coming through our office, more transparency at our school sites. They're going to experience a wider range of supports from LBUSD. This isn't going to be we can't help you. Long Beach PD needs to do that. Sheriff's Department needs to do that. No, we are keeping all of our schools within us, and we are the authority to help them. And then lastly, through diversion, we're going to see our student-centered outcomes that we're striving for. So I thank you for your time looking through the slides, and I will open myself to whatever questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Dr. Benitez?
This is a lot, Mr. Smith and Dr. Brown. Fortunately, I had an opportunity to meet with the both of you as you were drafting this plan. So I'm going to be real candid, Cameron, and then we'll go from there. I personally don't want our school safety team to be seen as a law enforcement agency. I don't want to think of anyone working with your team to think that they're competing with law enforcement. If what this plan envisions and how I'm reading it, and I think how you're presenting it, how our conversation went, is that we're not going to do what law enforcement does, because we have an opportunity, whether we call them alternative measures or diversion or whatever. Then I don't think folks should consider us, by our actions, by our vision, by our mission, law enforcement. I think it's actually the opposite. If I'm reading this, one of the goals, not explicitly, but it's in here, is to dismantle our schools to prison pipeline, right? So let's be explicit about that. We're not law enforcement. We're trying to avoid, I read here, student interactions with law enforcement. I think another one, and again, I'm deducing this from the presentation, from our conversation, from this, is to to reimagine school safety, then we have an opportunity here through what I'm reading here. So kudos for that, because you've been here 10 years, Cameron. Kudos for that. And then ultimately, to me, I think a lot of work needs to be done to build trust with our communities, with our students, with our staff, so that staff don't think of calling law enforcement for whatever they feel like calling law enforcement. So I think we have to be very specific that, yes, absolutely, when it's needed, let's call law enforcement. But there's a huge mind and culture shift to someone out of school picking up the phone and calling 911, right? Because a student is acting up, right? Or because X, Y, and Z. So I think we have an opportunity here to lead with the things that are in this plan that I'm kind of deducing. But I would make a few suggestions here, and I made them when we met, if we're going to support moving forward with this. And it starts off with, I don't want to hear, you guys can do it however you want, but I don't want students to have a feeling that there's a law, that we're just using a different word, right? And we're not going to call those cops, but we're going to treat you like cops here. So I think language that we're using is important, but I think disposition. So I would start with, in the proposed actions, again, just suggestions. You all do the sort of wording and whatever you got to do. A lot of this requires training, Cameron. You alluded to it, you referenced it, but like the 95% piece, I'd like to see a much small percentage actually using the same approach that a law enforcement officer or official would use. So whether that's being accompanied by a social worker, school psychologist, counselor, I think what I'm envisioning, what I'm hearing from you is that there's going to be a different kind of interaction, because you guys know our schools. You guys know our students. You know our values, our guardrails, our board goals, the culture of the school. So what's going to make your interactions different from someone that has never stepped foot, that's going to show up with a gun and a uniform? And again, if we absolutely have to have that interaction, absolutely. But what you've described with the knife in the backpack, what I've heard from teachers calling because a student's acting up, I'm going to call 911, it is not that kind of interaction, right? So again, I'd love to hear more about what specific trainings, what's unique about our certification, because I also don't want to attract folks that are going to use us to then get to a traditional law enforcement team, right? So there's a different sensibility, a different approach, a different outlook, and I want to be able to know we checked off, we don't want that. Not that that's bad or worse, but in schools it is, and particularly for students of color, it is. So I'd love to see some of that in the proposed actions, right? And ultimately, I think you're thinking it through, and I know that you're coming with these values, but I think codifying that gives essence and backbone to this plan. So that would be one proposed sort of the language right around the proposed action. The solution part for me, I think that's the cultural shift for me, Cameron, in the way that you're describing. If we're reimagining school safety and there's going to be a culture shift at school and how we think about discipline and enforcement, I think those are, like, to me, the code words that are triggers for our youth, right? Because when they think about discipline, it's punitive. When they think about enforcement, it's always attached to our criminal justice system. And when our communities think about those things, again, there is a time and a place to interact with local law enforcement. And I think that's the kind of language and tone that then begins to shift our school site staff and our parents, quite frankly, that have had negative experiences with local law enforcement. I mean, Cameron, we would absolutely be doing a disservice to our communities if we were not taking into account that we have people being kidnapped from our local car washes by law enforcement, or while law enforcement stands by and then ICE comes into car washes, right? The 7 individuals that were kidnapped this weekend from a local car wash here in Long Beach, those could be LBUSD parents, right? What if that was a Monday afternoon at the car wash and that child is waiting for the mom to pick them up because she gets off at the car wash at 2:30 and no one shows up? That child walks home and the parent is not there. because they just got picked up the car. So I'm preaching a little to the choir, but that's the culture shift, right? That we have had and continue to have very negative interactions, and in this case, tyrannical interactions with lawless, quote unquote, law enforcement that may or may not have a badge, that may or may not have their face covered, that are indiscriminately, arbitrarily attacking our communities, right? Dia de los Muertos was just canceled in the city of Long Beach because of this fear, because of our negative interaction. So again, just language and the culture shift to me are super important. So here's what I would propose for the last page. For the what will the community notice? Let's tell our community, you're gonna notice less interactions with law enforcement. Let's say that. Let's lead with that. That's what the community is going to see. They're going to see less 6 patrol cars inside of a school. They're going to see less uniformed gun officers at schools. The community is going to see more restorative practices and approaches. Right? You said it. It's just not here in what the community is. I want my community. I want our students to be like, hey, I'm not noticing anyone with a uniform. I'm not noticing any shakedowns. I'm not noticing any metal detectors. I'm not noticing any of that stuff going on in our schools. I am noticing a great interaction that we had with Cameron today. And then that 15 that got diverted, let's take them on the road, Cameron. Like, those are our ambassadors, right, for our district. The last thing I would suggest is, what did I write here? I think it was those two, Cameron. So my question is that the spirit of what this plan is intended to uphold?
That is exactly what the spirit of it is. So we, without getting the nuances of all the trainings and how, we do different trainings. We've had in-house trainings done by our staff that partner with us from the Guidance Center. We just partnered with the Sandy Hook Promise, who handles our threat receiving software. They did trainings for us over the summer on how to work with kids in crisis, specifically focused on youth. And that's where the trainings that we have and that we focus on with our officers differ from a local law enforcement. Their trainings are great, but if they do de-escalation training, their de-escalation training at the state level is focused on de-escalating a 50-year-old person or a 25-year-old person. Our de-escalation training is focusing on how do we de-escalate that 9th grader who's in crisis. And that's where we start to separate ourselves and put ourselves in a way to better suit our schools.
I have a few questions. So, as we know, a student lost her life a few years ago. And so my questions are, how will we assure our parents that school safety will be trained in a better way to handle situations? And what will be in place to ensure transparency and accountability of new officers in their new role? And finally, what will the oversight process look like, and how will community be involved in this process? What will it look like? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Those are definitely great questions. So in the wake of the Mona Rodriguez shooting, we changed our approach in a lot of different ways, but really focused on more daily. So our officers meet every morning for a briefing, and we focus on daily briefings where officers will individually conduct a scenario, whether they talk through a tabletop exercise or they do something. So focusing more on, we're addressing this and discussing this and best practices every single day. We've brought in experts from outside the district to evaluate our policy. We've contracted with a nationwide company that handles policy writing to put things in place to help us guide and understand what we need to do and what we didn't do in the first place. So we've taken multiple steps, but those daily briefings have improved the way that our officers are out there and they're responding, they're reacting. Some of those briefings include, hey, how do you talk to a student? I'm a defiant student that's not paying attention to you. How are we talking to you? What are the different things that need to be going through your mindset? One of the pieces that came up as Dr. Brown and I went through this and met with community was an oversight committee, specifically focused on reviewing cases. Hey, how come these citations were issued in these situations? It's creating transparency. It's allowing us to understand, okay, maybe there's something that we didn't see that needs to be seen. That is something that I think is very crucial. I don't think that it's necessarily done correctly in its current form in certain places across the country. And I think that we have an opportunity to develop something through the partnerships that we have. But that's my intention, is to have an oversight committee made up of not only community members, but school administrators, teachers, some capacity where everyone who's going to be affected is involved in that oversight.
I referenced the work of, say, for LBUSD in the beginning, because we cannot engage in the story without honoring the work that has happened together. And so let me just highlight directly, and these are top of mind changes that have happened as a result of interacting with, say, for LBUSD. We've changed our data collection process. We've added specific school safety related items to our pulse survey items that were created by Chris and Kim. We've changed policy and practice as a result of, we've talked about the concept of diversion and alternatives to traditional practices. We've increased mental health resources. We've messaged around, or we've talked about the messaging on how we use mental health services and what's available. And we've raised the idea of an oversight committee and more. So I just want to highlight, in reference to your question, that we're not beginning from scratch in terms of how we engage community now. What we're bringing forward is actually the result of community engagement born out of tragedy, turned into opportunity. So I just can't highlight enough how valuable that relationship has been and will continue to be going forward.
Dr. Brown is a part of that, and I think everyone on the team here has experienced how important it is for trusted community partners to be on our campuses as well. So that's also something I didn't see. I hear it, I sense it, like the plan, like what community will see. I think we should and will see more community partners, all right? Trusted community messengers working hand in hand with you and the team, but also you and the team as a part of what you just mentioned, Dr. Brown, being present in community partner spaces when there's hard stuff going on, so the community knows, okay, school safety team is here. They're gonna use this, and they're gonna share back with their teams on our respective campuses. Because again, there's a legacy here, a historical legacy of I won't even say Long Beach, of district school safety being in cahoots with law enforcement and not being part of these critical community spaces and conversations. So that, to me, again, are the actions behind shifting the culture of it, as a part of what you just outlined.
And to your point, the diversion grant opportunity that we have is just going to call that in even more. We were one of 2 school districts that received grant funding. And so that just creates opportunity for more community partnership, structured partnership. We benefit from a lot of informal partnership because we live and work together and we know one another, but that really creates a structure around how we're accessing all of the really valuable community organizations that exist and are really just continuing to provide support.
And I'm sorry, I don't think that if you can go over again, I don't think I captured what will be in place to ensure accountability of new officers in their new role.
So I think a big part of that is going to be through the development of the oversight committee. Internally for us, right now we are not a post-participating agency. Post has regulations and guidelines that have to be done in order to ensure that those officers can maintain that certification, whether a new officer or a 30-year on the force officer, it doesn't matter. they have to meet those requirements set forth by the state through reporting systems. So that would be the number one way to track that. It's their training program, reporting through the audits that we have to do in partnership with them when they join them. But from a local level, it's going to be working with our community partners to ensure that our officers are reacting and responding in a way that is supportive and moving away from that shift in culture that has been in the past.
Member Otto.
I am incredibly supportive of what it is that you're doing. And that comes from almost 50 years in doing law enforcement type work. I've taught for 13 years at a law school, criminal law, and sentencing and all the aspects of that. And I've noticed for a long time sort of the problems with the way that we do it here at the Long Beach Unified School District, because it's too much based on a law enforcement model. And what I hear you saying is that you're moving away from that. You're moving away from it in a very responsible way. You're thinking this through. It's not that there aren't going to be issues, but you're not going to be able to send psychologists or counselors around on every call that goes out. You have to be who it is that you are. There's got to be specific training. But the thing that makes me most encouraged by this is what's going on and has gone on recently in Long Beach to make me think that this can be successful. We have a recent history of good, solid law enforcement people at the local police level. Former Police Chief McDonald, who's now the head of the LA Police Department, and before that was in Boston. But more importantly, the City Prosecutor's Office, which has a national reputation at this point of doing innovative things with young people, providing opportunities that I don't think exist anyplace else that I know of in California and maybe in the United States. They've won awards for that. And I think that the chance now to show what we can do to support our students, to be involved with our community. Lord knows there's not going to be a whole lot of money to develop a lot of community programs and all that. We just have to be responsible. And I really like the approach that you're taking. I think it's innovative. I think that it has not just the possibility, but the probability of changing dramatically. What I've heard in the comments is somebody died. One person died in how many years? In decades in Long Beach. Felony crimes do not happen on our campuses. It's very, very rare that happens. And I think that if we can implement this program and monitor it, that it's got a great opportunity to change the culture of the way we treat our students in a long line of trying to accomplish all that. So you got my vote.
Well, that's kind of a good segue because we're not voting. It's an information-only item. And I'll just thank you for all the work that's gone into this. And I think the clear evidence that these programs like the diversion program or whatever are successful, will be successful on a wider scale, is the 0% recidivism rate. I think that's incredible, that once a student is involved in these types of programs, they're changed. And I think that data point alone kind of speaks for itself. So unless there are no further questions or comments, I'll thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the time.
Yes. And then next on the agenda is item 16.7, approval of MOUs. And this is an action item, so we will need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. And we are now at report of board members and announcements, and we'll start with Member Miller.
Yeah, so it's getting a little late here, so I'll go quick. First, I just wanted to thank all of our elementary schools for back to school night, right? So back to school night, I participated in back to school night a couple of days ago and had the great opportunity to visit a number of teachers, not just the one not just my daughter's class. All things considered, there's a lot of work that goes into back to school night. More importantly, it's a great opportunity for these parents to get to know the campus and the instructors. And so all things considered, I know that the district does a great job of both informing the families of the opportunity to visit those campuses and also all the cool and fun, exciting activities that happen on those campuses. So I just wanted to send a big kudos to all of our elementary schools so far. And next week is junior highs or middle school on the 18th. Oh, tomorrow night. Okay, so I'm getting it mixed up here. Help me out here. Got it. So middle schools are on the 18th, and then high schools is on the 30th. So all good stuff. Next, once again, being brief here, I wanted to highlight one of our Long Beach holidays, not necessarily something that's national, but in Long Beach Gives. Long Beach Gives, if you're not familiar, is a citywide initiative to support local nonprofits. Now, I'm not here supporting one nonprofit in particular. I want to make sure that this is not a Levine Act violation. But all things considered, when it comes to the nonprofit sector in our city, I really consider it the heartbeat of our city. As these organizations ranging from intervention programs, these nonprofits that range from healthcare programs, STEM programs, really all have an underlying impact to the things that happen on our campuses. And so if you have any opportunity to be involved in regards to supporting this big Long Beach initiative and Long Beach Gives, I'm going to highly suggest you do, as it is, I think, one of the most influential tools to supporting the nonprofit sectors. I think over the past few years, they've raised a little bit over $10 million. And this is not from large grants, not from large donors. This is peer-to-peer fundraising. These are folks like you and I that are giving a few bucks to support the nonprofit sector and as creating a lasting impact. So all things considered, tomorrow's a big day for Long Beach Gives, and so if you have an opportunity to be involved, I'm going to highly suggest that you do. That'll be the end of my report.
Thank you. Member Benitez.
Thank you, President Crackhead. I want to start off by expressing gratitude and appreciation for Ruth Alicia over at Franklin Middle School, and of course Principal Montañez, and in particular all the community partners that came together 2 weekends ago to distribute free brand new uniforms to students, free haircuts for students, school supplies, food, and a bunch of other resources. It was a beautiful Saturday at Franklin. So Ruth, keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully someone either tells you to watch tonight, but I know that kind of stuff goes on across our district in many ways. So just big shout out to all the staff and the community partners and volunteers across our district that do so many things at each and every school in so many ways. But I wanted to lift up the wonderful event at Franklin a couple weekends ago. I have mixed emotions and mixed feelings. I checked in with Mr. Zaid a little bit ago. I've been in ongoing conversations with Dr. Baker this last 2 weeks. I referenced these raids that are going on here again in Long Beach with a Supreme Court decision last week that really the Supreme Court ruled that someone that looks like me, speaks Spanish, maybe has an accent, happens to be in a place where low-wage workers are at, can be detained and harassed, and our communities continue to be under attack and under siege, really, with these horrendous, heinous kidnappings by people in masks in our local communities. And at the same time, we want to lift up and celebrate and honor the folks that are currently being deported and detained through our Latinx, Latina, Hispanic, Latino Heritage Month celebration. And it's a beautiful thing. I think our community needs all the signs of recognition and celebration. And I'm compelled to say it this way, that, yeah, we have good food, good music, arts, fashion, dances, but I think the more compelling value at this point is honoring our communities and the contributions of Latinos and immigrants specifically to the very fabric of this society. Has to be more than just food and tacos and music and the arts. All that stuff is wonderful. And yes, need to do that and appreciate everything that's going on across our district and with our own district celebration. But I also think that part of honoring the people that have these traditions and expressions and customs and beliefs is by visibly, concretely, explicitly showing support for and advocacy for communities that are under attack. I referenced the Day of the Dead celebration canceled for fear of communities of Homeland Security and ICE using these celebrations to continue these attacks on communities. So I call our entire LBUSD family in that part of honoring and as a part of Latino Heritage Month, but as every day is also showing light on the struggle, on the resilience and the perseverance and the resistance to these oppressive policies and attacks that our community, as well as so many other communities of color, continue to experience in this country. To our communities, we have been here before. We have a long history and legacy of struggle and perseverance and resilience. I am here because of that long history of struggle and resilience and perseverance. We're on land that was stolen. Land that we're on right now was stolen through these oppressive colonial structures. Texas Rangers hung us in the 1800s and lynched us in the 1800s and early 1900s. We were deported by the millions in the 1920s and 1930s under repatriation programs. We were deported by the millions again in the 1950s under Operation Wetback, and that was the official policy name, Operation Wetback. 3.8 million Latinos were deported, many of whom were U.S. citizens at the time. And I can go on and on with the civil rights movement and our farm workers' struggle in the 1960s, struggle in the fields, where hundreds of thousands were harassed, humiliated, subjugated to subhuman treatment, and we got through it. And we're more powerful and resilient now because of it. But we also have a responsibility that we see the struggle continuing. And so I call in our LBUSD family that our communities need us. Yes, to celebrate and recognize, but we honor them by showing action through support and advocacy at a time where we literally are being kidnapped, and those are parents, and those are friends, and those are caregivers, and those are siblings of our LBUSD family, and most importantly, the trauma that our students and the fear that our students are experiencing right now. How can we fulfill our commitment around equity and excellence if we do not, by our actions, show support for these communities that are under attack today? So my call is, yes, let's celebrate. Let's lift up, but that celebration includes honoring through action. Whatever that may be, level head offices, communications, folks, anything and everything right now, let's check off the boxes. I guess my ask, Dr. Baker, and I've communicated before, is can we find some actions that resonate with our communities to not just lift them up, but to show up as well. My call to the community is, we had safe passage money that was passed today. Let's reach out to our community partners and be present before and after school and be around neighborhoods, around our schools, our allies. You don't have to be Latino or an immigrant to show up before and after school, to check in with our schools, to check in with our principals, to come to public comment and say, we're with you, our community partners. That's my report for tonight, President Craighead.
Thank you. Member Otto?
Well, I support you, Juan, and what you're calling for. I think that it's a moment in time in our community and our country where if we don't make it known what we stand for and what we believe in, then we will be rolled over. And so I appreciate what it is that what you shared. I want to just focus on one thing. I want to make it brief. We've been here for almost 4 hours on what looked like a pretty simple agenda, which happens from time to time. But I want to focus on our student outcomes focused governance, because we're at a moment in time, I think, for that development. And it's a time where we really need to be involved and do the complicated, thoughtful, and really difficult work to make this approach to governance work. And if we don't do it right now, we run the risk of falling back, as other communities have done that have started this program. And so it's going to really require a commitment on all of our parts, and it's going to be a lot of work. I was listening to what we were doing tonight. I was listening to the things that still need to be done, and this is almost like a full-time job to get this moving forward and to understand it. As we were going through the Goal 3 and Goal 4 and the information, I was thinking, do the people in the community understand this? And the answer is absolutely no. It's too complicated and it's too difficult, and there's a way to do it, but it's going to take a lot of work and on all of our parts to make people understand that it's all about accountability. It's all about increasing transparency so that our community really understands what we're doing and why we're doing it. We have to do that ourselves to start off. And it's just going to take a lot of time to do that. I'm encouraged by, and I'll repeat it very briefly, with the school safety proposals. I think that we're trying to move away from the law enforcement model, which doesn't mean that we move away from doing the things that we need to do to protect our students at all. But it's an opportunity and it's a moment in time because of the fact that we've got the leadership in our community that is very supportive, and there are programs that are created that will help us do the things that we need to do to keep our students moving forward and being successful. And I think that's a step in the right direction. So with that,
Thank you. Member Lopez?
I'll be incredibly brief. So I attended the Sankofa Parent Village meeting, and it was a great evening with the room full of engaged parents, dedicated educators, and then we had two outstanding students that were very involved, and one of them was our board member, Naza, and I'm going to try to pronounce her name, Shimla Zampere. And I hope I did, and if not, I'm going to continue to practice her name, but her nickname Naza. And there was also another student, Kylie Morris, who really demonstrated leadership at that meeting, and it was just a great meeting. I also want to acknowledge the Back to School event that was hosted by the Center of Black Student Excellence. This is also a great event last Saturday. There was a number of community partners with valuable resources for families. Students received backpacks, books, and even a warm lunch in a welcoming environment. I also want to thank again Naza, who's not here. She was there at the event, and I do believe that we are very fortunate to have her voice and leadership here in the board. And I love to see that she is attending events. And it's not too bad she's already left, but I think she is just going to be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Gonzalez at Twain Elementary for the invitation to attend the back to school night, and just congratulate everybody on the elementary back to school night. And then just quickly, I want to wish our Jewish community and those who celebrate Rosh Hashanah a happy and healthy New Year this coming Monday, and also that I appreciate the call to action to stand in solidarity with our community. I'd be lying if I didn't say that there's fear in our community, and I'd be lying if I said that I, wasn't personally fearful of watching the news and seeing our civil liberties being taken away one by one. And I, for one, want to be someone who is vocal about saying that is wrong, and that others should stand up as well. If you're outraged about what's going on, you should stand up and say something, because we're living in some very dangerous times, and we're going to call it what it is. And I appreciate what you said about it's masked, uniformed people nabbing community members, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, from their workplace. How are these people a threat to us? Do I feel safer because these people have been taken away from their family? They're trying to go to work. They're trying to earn a living and be constructive members of our society. So a lot of criminal acts are taking place in the name of keeping us safe. And we have to call it out when we see it. So I don't like leaving on a negative note, but I don't know if there's any way around that. And I'm sorry to have to do that. So Dr. Baker, maybe you could help me out and maybe provide positivity for us.
So I'll leave on a serious note as well. However, thinking about what you have called our community in, there is an opportunity coming up on September 27th as we celebrate our second Latino Heritage Celebration for the district. And when I hear you ask Dr. Benitez, all of you talking about community, there's an opportunity to line the streets up to Cabrillo High School with allies and with those who aren't living in the same kind of fear that many of our families are living in. I, for one, will be out there. And I hope that we line the streets on that day circle up around Cabrillo High School in that moment, especially for allies who are not living in fear. We create a space that shows the affirmation in that moment for folks to pull in, walk in with their families, and to feel embraced by the entire community. And so you have called us in, Dr. Benitez, in many ways to circle up around schools. We have a really specific opportunity on September 27th. The event starts at 10 o'clock in the morning and ends at 1. And so there's a great opportunity in that. I also just want to take a moment. Our student board member, Nwala, would normally read the celebration of heritage this month. And so while I'm not her, I just want to speak it into our evening. It is from September 15th to October 15th, the celebration of Latino Heritage Month. It is a time every year to recognize and celebrate the many academic contributions, diverse cultures, and extensive histories of the American Latino community. We celebrate in our schools that beginning in 1968, Hispanic Heritage Month was originally observed as Hispanic Heritage Week, but it was later extended to a month in 1988. Since then, Latino Heritage Month has been celebrated nationwide through festivals, art shows, conferences, community gatherings, and more. And let our second annual Latino celebration be different and be an absolute embrace of our immigrant community this year at Cabrillo High School on September 27th. Also, in addition to the celebrations of Great Starts, the Community Advisory Committee under Dr. Sosa Valderrama's leadership and her team, they met and had their first start to the year. Looking forward to hearing more about their work in the days to come. And then I'll end with a challenge. I asked in the last meeting in my report for families to be thinking about good attendance. We need to continue to absolutely call our kids in to school each and every day in ways that we have not done in the last couple of years. And so I asked the community, has your student been to school every single day since the first day of school? And if they've already missed a day, let's get them back in school and make sure that they have as close to perfect attendance as possible. That is where learning happens, and the board goals that we're working to achieve only happen if students are in classrooms with our amazing teachers, our administrators working really hard to meet those goals. But at a 91% attending rate, we're missing a lot of learning time. And so whatever we can do to get the message out about getting students into school in the place that they can learn, I want to continue to say that every month. So thank you for a wonderful monitoring opportunity tonight, for learning with us, for allowing us to learn with you. Appreciate that, and I wish you a peaceful rest of the evening.
Thank you, and I want to especially thank you for offering a very positive note about how we can literally stand in solidarity on September 27th. So I don't know if you're saying maybe we should get there a little early so we can stand out front together. I, for one, will be there. I hope to see a lot of you, but that includes or concludes the business of our meeting tonight. So without objection, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for staying and helping us. Good night, everyone.
Do we have resolutions to sign?